my people suffer so bad? Oh, is it that should really be sad? Is it a misplaced melancholy? Whoa. Well, it's politics time again. Are you gonna vote now? My people may talk. It's politics time.
Salam. Give thanks. Once again, it's politics time again. And of course, it's election night. And I could not help but go live on election night and have some fun. And actually, my system has been damaged. So I'm doing it straight from inside my laptop, which we'll just have some fun and do it the way everybody else is doing it, off your mobile phones and interactive. But tonight we're gonna have some fun. I think I'm gonna put out the StreamYard code, and basically, if you want to come on, I will put the code in the chats of the YouTube channel and in the Facebook channel. And where's my water? Thought I put my water in here. And we're gonna actually allow you to come on too. So if you want to come into the green room, I'll let you come in. Everybody be respectful. But if you want to share your views and you want to share your face, I am gonna do this strictly by the call. So it's on cable, it's online, it's on YouTube, and it's on Facebook, Fresh TV Bermuda, right? So let's kick in. I think it's been very interesting with the amount of people that we've had. Of course, I ran as a independent. How long ago? I ran 2016, 17 as an independent. So I know the word, of course, right? And of course, when we look at the number of candidates, I'm just gonna reel through the updates. Not quite the way it needs to be yet. Maybe they updated it, and to let you see the polls obviously have closed, so the counting would have just about started about now. And of course, being in the room for the first time, a lot of these independents, if they would have called me, would have told them what to expect when things aren't exactly going the way you have planned, per se. You know what I mean? And my wife was in there with me, so I had a great partner to hold my hand as she takes the count. She was on the table for me, and my mother-in-law, and everybody. So it was a lot of fun. I want to welcome her, my son Christian. What's happening, Christian? Welcome her, son. And of course, my daughter, my beautiful wife, Nicole, at home, watching me, as loyal as they are. They'll be watching the best coverage for tonight because, like I said, you're going to be able to come on the screen with me and be in the chat room and hang out, because basically all the political pundits that I would have wanted to talk with really are unavailable because they either work for the government, they're working at the polling station, right, which would have been my choices of Cadell Riley, Eugene, and of course Q is running. So my man's and Iman's running. So my man Don guys, my man, they're all basically either muzzled by the government machine of communication, or they're involved in the government machine and the colonized machine of politics and politics. They run for candidacy to be the people's representative. So this is with over 100 candidates, we've seen a lot take place. So without any further ado, let's I want to try and set the pace right with what the night's gonna be like, right? So I'm gonna be doing this little share screen stuff. Okay. I'm gonna look at some stuff because I'm gonna pick the tune, right? And this one, I'm gonna pick some tunes off of my favorite place, YouTube. Now I can remember this tune that I'm gonna just run right now for you, right? Is a tune that, let's just say, it was a long time ago. I think I put it in. Da, 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 da. Did I? Did I? Did I? I thought I did. I thought I did. But yeah. Well, this one here, I'm gonna run it. Now, YouTube people, if you don't, you just go to Facebook. Facebook will let us run it, then they'll block it. So I'm gonna run this particular tune right here, and 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 let's kill that for a second, and let you have this tune. This one's Universal Struggle. This is Anthony B right here. Check it out. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You only want time. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Boy, I thought I was saying that. Um, okay. So, okay. Yeah. pause that and get to that, but that's okay. And my computer fell. Can you believe that? My computer fell. Let me take a small, quick little break.
Why my people suffer so bad? Oh, is it that should really be sad? Is it? Is it a misplaced melancholy? Why? Well, it's politics time again. Are you gonna vote now? My people may talk. It's politics time.
Oh man, I haven't been back in these days in a long time, but nonetheless. Let's go to the site and see what the count has begun to do. I'm going to get in the rhythm here and start the conversation. I have to send this out, but let's go to the share screen again and see if this comes up. Hopefully it comes up. Came up before. I don't see why not. Share screen. Okay. Let's see if it comes on. No. Share screen. Why is my share screen not coming up? Why is my share screen not coming up? It's up on mine. It's up on mine, but it's not up on yours. It didn't come up on the screen with you. Well, if that doesn't happen, then I can't do it the way I want to do it. That would mean I cannot stream it out. Which blows my whole program. Maybe my computer just fell, so I cannot actually see. Man, that's messed up. There it is right there. How about this? See if I could share it this way. This is internet stuff right now. I tried it, it worked. And no, it's not working. Let's see. Share. Okay. That's a loop go all the way through. Okay, that worked. How come that worked? And okay, so that worked. Okay. Share. That's there. Share. It's right there. Let's try it this way. Let's try it another way. Okay. Why did it come up? I don't know. Stop share screen. Okay, let's try it again. Share screen. Select tail. Unbelievable. It's not sharing. Okay, so that means I have to absolutely configure this and go back to the drawing board because this is not working all of a sudden. I'm having issues. Yes, I am. And I have all my stuff laid out. Mm-mm. Let's try this. Okay. All right. So let's do this. Oh, there we go. Okay. That's how I have to do it. All right. So now just looking at a refresh. Let's see what the refresh is doing. And see if we could get a count up with what's happening live. Main page unresponsive. Okay, there we go. All right, so I don't see any votes in yet. Not yet. I don't see. Nothing yet that I could see on the count. It's a half. But let's look at the numbers. Number of registered voters. This is Devonshire with Craig Cannoner and Andre Famous. Now, Andre Famous was very interesting because I didn't think Andre Famous was going to be running, but he ran. Marilyn Steed. Okay, Marilyn ran again. She's been running quite a while. Mystery Weeks. That's a full-way race now. That could go, I mean, 9 times out of 10 is going to go to the OBA, right? 9 times out of 10 is going to go to the OBA, right? So in that regard, yeah. Hold on a second. Look at that. All right. Let's go back one. And then we had let's just go through the list of peoples. St. George's North. That's with Harry Matthew. Harry Matthew got in the race, and Renee Meeing and James Smokey Perry. That's a three-way race right there. And that's the counts should have been up by now. So I'm trying to figure out why we're not getting the real time at this time. But we should, I mean, everything should be started. You should see some points going in about now. Number of seats, 1. Okay. Total vote comes in. Okay, now here we go. So the first counts are in. Okay, so we have Sandy Silver, and Dion Smith. Now Dion is from down my side. I was quite actually taken back when I saw your boy India. Actually, I didn't think he was going to run. Now, why is he disenfranchised? He comes from Wayne's favorite area. He didn't have any communication with Wayne. I don't know. I don't know. But once again, he is a hardcore parish. That's a hardcore parish guy right there. Going up the country to mess with Zane. Unbelievable. Then, of course, no votes in as yet on Harry Matthew, but right now the count that's in is Zandy Silva and Dion Smith with 100 votes, Zandy Silva PLP, and 33 votes for OBA. You know, that's not bad. That's not bad. You got 33 votes, you can get back the money. I'm going down. Well, as we go down, I guess we'll show you the rest. We have Renee Meeing and Harry Matthew and Thomas Harvey. Thomas has run a number of times, and they are in there with Quentin Sherlock, and who else is in there with them? And Kim Swan. These guys are in there, right? Kim Swan. That's a 4-way race. Now, because it's a 4-way race, and Thomas has never done well in that particular race. And then, of course, the FDM and the independents couldn't get it together there. Because they couldn't get it together. I mean, that is going to really shoot Tiffany in the foot, who was a pretty good candidate, actually. I think her points were well. She was well thought out. A lady of the soil, down there. Maybe if there's 2 guys could have got out of the race, you would have probably seen a race. Right now, with 3 in the race, the stalwart PLP who are going to vote by party. That's what people do. They vote by unity of party. Kim Swan, it will be tough to upset that. And due to the makeup. So, that's I don't see Kim being unseated, especially to OBA. I don't see that. But let's look at that just a minute, right? Let's look back and maybe look at 2024. let's go to general elections. Look at 2024 or 2017. Let's see what happened in 2017, because that would give you a, a, a general, right? Kim Swan. Now he got this. Now that's with still 65% turnout of voters, right? How many people voted, right? Uh, yeah, well, it's just 65. It's 34,000 turned out at that time. Um, but that's not even that's even the wrong one. That's 2017. Let's go to 2020, because that had a bigger turnout. Let's go to 2020. Let's go to 2020 and see what we get there. Now this one here is different. 61% came out. There you go. 26,000, just over half, right, of the electorate came out that last election. So let's look at St. George's now. Once again, he trunched it. There's the OBA hasn't a prayer down there, right? They haven't a prayer down there, because Kim won by more than 2/3, just about, just 60, 70, 60%, 70% of the vote down there, right? Levita over in St. David's, the same thing, 125, right? Tanay, the OBA girl got 223. Now, those two don't, she doesn't have anybody in her area. She's going to more than likely win that again, right? Derek, who beat Desmond Crockwell by, geez, I mean, he beat him by how much? He beat him by like, man, he beat him by, geez, 530 votes or so, right? Van Donder, he beat her by 400 odd votes down in Hamilton. Anthony won his. Now Anthony's race is going to be close, because he only won by just under 100 votes. So Anthony can be impacted, because the last person that went in with him, they got 80 votes, which was Cheryl Packard. She got 80 votes. Now, will Iman pull 80 votes is the question. Can he pull those 80 votes? Aaron Darrow, who now has what they would consider a safe seat up there in Government Gate, up in that area, the Ottewell Simmons seat, or is it Ottie's seat, or is it Walter Raban's? Maybe Walter Raban's seat up there. He did not win in Smith South before, but he's basically in an area now where they consider him a shoe-in, right? But let's go back to the count. I'll come back to that in a second. And let's go back to the results and see if any more came in at the moment. And then I'm going to, unfortunately, my share screen is not doing what it's supposed to do for some reason. And 2025, there we go. So I'm going to put the extension in the chat. So if anybody wants to come on and talk with me and rap with me, we can have some fun. We could talk. Anybody wants to join, so I'm going to put that in the chat, so you'll be able to come online with me and we could have a conversation. You know what I mean? You could interview me. I could interview you. You could talk. You could share what you think about this year's election, and you could be live online. Right? Okay. So new votes have come in. All right. A couple of new votes have come in. The votes have started. So basically, they've just started. So I'm not too late. And Vance Campbell is leading PLP, right? Smith West is a place where he was helped, I believe, by in the last time he was helped by who was it? John Barrett, I believe, right? John Barrett, right? And I think the Barrett guy helped him get through. So the OBA was his real home anyway. I mean, you got to be honest, right? The guy was really not labor to begin with. Remember, he was the one who got in a whole bunch of trouble with guys up at SAL. He was ended up being a complete tyranno. So I never felt he was labor anyhow. You know, I, I and when he got the tourism minister thing, I'm like, Mr. Personality himself, my God. But his OBA, he caused the floor. It wasn't his vote to do, but maybe it belonged to the OBA anyway. You know what I mean? It's just like the thing. So Shamari's on 70. Now, this is interesting. Early vote usually would benefit the PLP because they get their people out and burning. Okay. So the early vote usually belongs to the PLP for sure because they make sure they get the people out early. So this is okay. It's still very close, obviously, but it's a banger, right? And let's go and look at Jamal and Eugene. Now, Eugene, wait a minute. Eugene, wait. Something's wrong here. We should be seeing more. You got to be more on that because there's still one more person. I'm pretty sure there was Michael Swan up there. It's a four-way race up there. A four-way race. So OBA doesn't have any points right now. Votes 34. Nope. Yep. Okay. So the OBA has 34. Mal's off to a quick start, right? And like I said, because the PLP, they actually bang out real early. So Jamal is up to a really quick start in this case, right? And with 84 votes, and Eugene has 44. Michael Swan, Batson Swan Plumbing, and the electric car guy, and of course Miss Story has 13. So the race is in her. It's in those three right there, right? It's still early, but I'm gonna predict that Jamal will take that seat. I'm gonna predict that Jamal will take that seat. That's a done deal. So let's go back and see who is next, because the council just starting to really get in now. I think I should open up another page, then I could just swap between all the pages. So let me check and make sure there wasn't a three-way race down. Wait, John Swan was down that side. Yeah, wait a minute. John Swan was down that side. Now this time, John is trailing, right? But last time, he pretty much beat Lindsay. Okay. So in the by-election, he beat Lindsay. Right? So let's take a look at the by-election. I'm gonna just forgive me for a second. I want to go over and get that other page up. And so let's do this. And get that other page up, because I really would like to see actually what they were doing in the other one. But I know that John beat. I'll get it on a break in that by-election. Oh, let's go to the by-election 2020. Oh, they don't have the 20. They don't have the by-election up. Okay, cool. They don't have it there. I wish I would have been able to see that, but I don't. So back to the numbers again. Okay, so more votes are coming in. So let's go and check this right here. So we have uh, Alexa No Herbert, Light One, PL. Oh, Alexa, she's. Hey, listen, that's still close, but the off to a jump. There's 150 votes that have been uh, total votes counted so far. Um, who's in the river? Oh, Kate. So we have, you got to remember, right? Because some of these things, they don't have them all on the front page. So it actually got 66, 41 for OBA, Carl Bridgewater, 27, FDM, and Alicia Young. Didn't hear much from her, but you know, good on you. Good on you making that run. Good on you. So Kyle's at 27. He looked like he's going to get back his money. I think I was shy of getting back my money. I didn't get back my damn money. David Herring, so that's 41. So this race, PLP, like I said, they're going to be off to an early start. They get their people out. So, but right now, that's a third of the possible voter count, right? Or maybe a quarter. If they get up to 600, maybe we might see 500 as a turnout because a lot of people said they're not voting. So we might get up to 500, just under 600 people out, which will be around half, right? Just over half. There's only number of registered voters is 164. So that is going to be very interesting. Low count will definitely benefit the PLP because those are the people who came out, right? And so when we're looking at the predictions for tonight, we're looking at PLP. Initially, I was thinking that the PLP won't get will lose maybe 5 to 7, right? With the advent of the Imperial Group coming in with a slamming campaign, I felt that, maybe, just maybe, these guys, they would turn the tide a little bit and they would take a little inky out of that green. But now with their move to put like the whole OBA and the whole red, white, and blue Union Jack colors in there, I'm sort of back down to 5, if at all. If at all, the OBA will gain back their seats, some seats, and will put the total count again at a loss of maybe 24, 25, 24, that really PLP will end up. Okay. So Alexa, looking good. She was actually a really good candidate. I know her dad. I know your dad. I know your daddy. But Alexa was actually a really well-spoken candidate. She's very seasoned in politics as well. Whether that's good or bad, because people are looking for not the same old politics. But she is astute, and she's been a part of the diaspora and the election process. So very, very educated on politics, this young lady. And I know her daddy. He don't play. So she's leading at this time. Let's go to the next round and see who's there. I'll do a nice rinse through and try to get Lista. This is interesting. Kyrie is come out very close in this one. Kyrie is very close. Now let's see, but the OBA is in there. Let's see. He might be ahead of the OBA. And he is. Kyrie, the independent, is ahead of the OBA. Now, Lister is at 66. This can be one of those, you know what, Lister? We've been with you a long time, but you're getting old. The young people up there may have been, motivated to go with the independent. The FDM do not have a person there, which is interesting because that's a place where they would have probably been, but they don't have a person up in that area. nonetheless, Kyrie actually switched up too, because he moved. Oh no, that's Christopher. Twins. Shucks, got me on that one. That's not Kyrie, that's his brother. They look like twins. That's Christopher. So Christopher's down there, and he's actually doing pretty good at 55. So, that's not bad. Of course, the OBA ringing up the word. Chances of their people, these guys will get the people out. If you don't know, that's what the PLP are going to get the people out early. They know what counts. And then the stragglers, after the work people, then that's how they top up. That's how it tops up. Okay. Now, this guy here, Eugene Brayman, this guy has a very interesting story. Let me share this story with you guys, because this is a very interesting story. Now, Eugene, they have him down as an independent, but I have a piece of paper that shows that he actually ran as a member unchosen of the PLP. Check that out. Now, the question here in this particular situation with Eugene, this young man, this elder here, used to be a school teacher, from what I understand, and is the eccentric man on the corner who's farming, taking care of himself. He plants, he eats well, and he eats fresh food. He eats out of his own garden, okay? And a bag full of knowledge, because he has his own seeds, which is something that a lot of you old farmers would begrudge at this point, because this man has collected all his own seeds, okay? Let's not even talk about that conversation. However, Eugene told me that he went to sign up to vote for as a PLP member. He was wearing green. He has his green cap, and I'm pretty sure today he was out there doing this green machine thing. And he showed us that he signed up as a PLP member. Now, that would mean that even though he wasn't selected, he's still shown that he holds to the principles and values of the PLP, meaning the Constitution, meaning the core things that he feels will, if the PLP followed, they would be in a better position. However, he got a call from Randolph Scott, the one-time Register General, who actually told him he cannot do that, and they changed it for him. Now, I'm not quite sure what the law is on that. Why? How would they be able to change what somebody wanted to put down on the ballot? It brings about a very important question, which I hope to get answered. Maybe somebody tonight will be able to answer that, and actually tell us exactly what happened there. Are you able to, is the Registrar General able to tell somebody they can't put down who they're running for? If they're a member of the PLP, why should they not be able to do that? So if anybody knows that, I'm sure some of you have heard it. If you have, let me know what the real ruling is on that, and any knowledge of why a registrar or ex-registrar would be able to do that. I'm not sure if it was just a call because he's not the registrar anymore. And did they have to listen to him? And who made the call to Randolph Scott that told them that he was running as a PLP member, but he's not from, that's kind of crazy. But it is an interesting story. Once again, early on Fresh TV, you're going to get it. I didn't go looking for it. It just ends up in my lap. And, but something to ask about. Okay. So that's Randy. Those votes are continue to go. I will refresh that in a minute. John Seymour is down to Michael Weeks. No surprises there. And coming up the road, you'll see that was another three-way race, right? You had Charmaine. She's on 19 now. The FDM is battling with the OBA. See, this goes to show is John Seymour suffering from just being on the wrong team? You know what I mean? Young promise, 50 people. Is he just going with the dying? People want the OBA to go away. That's the real deal. Just like they are still sticking with the PLP, people want the OBA to go away because to only be 19 points behind, 1 point ahead of Charmaine at this time, that doesn't say a lot. That doesn't say a lot, but it shows that maybe people want to see Mark being advanced because it's a party system, right? The 3 people that are trunching right now, that's a party system. 98, 20, and 19. That's the count right there. Charmaine, I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. Family, give thanks. I'm proud of John too, because I know he's still for some, but tough to get course Michael up there. That is a stalwart PLP area. Be tough to get across that. I don't see that seat falling again. So that one is also good. There's 2,000 votes already counted, 2,118 votes already counted. And so we move on. I did that. Lawrence Scott. Now here is a close race. This is not supposed to be like that right now. Lauren might be a bit in trouble because in the early vote, based on the philosophy, Lauren's seat is in trouble. Now that would be a long-standing seat in the PLP. It's Warwick Southeast. If I'm not corrected, if I stand to be corrected, I guess it's Dad's seat. But it's early yet, but he's behind. That's not a good sign. Most of the green are gonna be ahead, right? At that time, they're gonna be ahead. I can't see them not being ahead. In the early stages because they get the voters out, right? Kim Wilson is I'll just blow this up, and Stephen Ferries 126. See, that's the way the green would look, right? Again, Kim against Ferries, he's got 44. Look, Pembroke East, you got Erwin Darrow once again out in the early jump. Okay, 9 times out of 10 is gonna spank Malachi. I told Malachi in the very beginning, I said, Malachi, you chose the wrong team. You're a young man. Hate to see you lose your political cred just by choosing the wrong team. You do not do it. And 2, he did it out of being ticked off, like a lot of other people have done, right? They ran against the PLP for the wrong reason. That's not the right representation, right? You don't do knee-jerk politics, okay? And you don't say that this, you don't say that just because. Yes, everybody knows that they haven't been perfect. Yes, that pissed a lot of people off, including myself from time to time. However, yeah, young man, I told him myself, I said, do not do it. Go independent at least. If you don't want to go green, go independent. But I'd say go to the inside and try and change. Like, you're young, you got years ahead of you. Go inside. Nope. Now listen to me. Okay, 99, 70, we'll get back to that count. 64, we got to do a refresh. So I'm going to do a refresh on that. Let's do a refresh. Right now, PLP, all in green. Tanay is going to beat Clifton Lambert. I see that. That's no victory there. OBA will beat Buchanan. So let me do a refresh on the count. I'm going to do a refresh. And sometimes you got to do a refresh for when they update. There we go. And let's go back in again. Right? So Diallo Ruben. Diallo is off. That's up in 13. That's Alexander Road, all that area. No surprises there. Diallo will maintain that seat. That, the early jump is where you see it. Once again, Christopher Famous. Now, Christopher Listen, the guy works 24/7 on his peoples. I don't see the OBA catching up with that. Once the PLP jumps to the early start, you got the middle, and then pretty much you got the end. Now it's 178 votes that are counted, so it's a two-legged race right there. Okay. Neville has already jumped out with the OBA at 240. That race is over. You will not see any more come out. Total votes in so far are 300. So they only got another 200 votes. He's already on 300, 260. He still doesn't have a chance to really take that. Kim is also going and taking care of the independent over there. Who else was in there with him? OBA, Taylor Tape. Independence. It goes to show you the OBA is getting, that's one of those, send Jack a message. Well, send Chris Gauntlet a message. My boy, yeah, you got sent a message. You can't recover from that when Stephen Ferris will come in and pump you. Kim's already on 195. There's 294. So more than half of the votes that are projected to probably come out are in. So that's not going to be very, that's not good for the OBA. You know, once again, we might see less than expected again because of these numbers, right? So 5 was the projection from me. It's starting to look a little bit leaner again. So, okay. As we move, we go down 240, 195. Okay, Wayne, as expected, he's got to jump on Marabou. Marabou's at 74. No, there's just a two-legged race on there. There's nobody else. There's two-legged down there. I think a lot of people are gonna look at Wayne's country. Okay, family straight over the hill, right? You ain't getting across that bar, right? And 2, he came from the UBP, right? So he has the strength of both sides of people knowing him as this middle guy who's in the PLP but was once UBP, right? Yeah, there. You know, we don't need another OBA. Go away, go away. Marabou, let's talk afterwards. Get you in the right team, at least where you could make a difference. Yeah, good-hearted. He's a good-hearted guy. Can't deny it. Marabou is a good-hearted man. I've seen him work with the youth down in the area. I mean, his whole hiring practices, you know what I mean? How he's had nothing but locals taken care of. I mean, providing. He's worked with some really difficult situations, but he has Bermudians at heart. That's for sure. And mind you, you know, he came here as a beautician or something like that. And look, grew himself to earning a gas station and other businesses, of course. He had Crystal Caves, right? You know, this guy is a shaker and a mover. So, you know, but, you know, a lot of these guys, when they get their success, they just feel I got to go over the other side. I don't get it. It's like that sportsman thing of, you know, becoming a celebrity. No, this is very, well, you know, Dwayne actually is about to get in. Dwayne, the early vote, you know, for this is Southampton East Central. This young man has been pushing a long time. Has been a senator. He looks like he may have his day. So, but Chris is a newcomer as well. So, 400 now. This is interesting because it's over 400. So he's 100 votes up already. So there's another 200 votes possibly out there at this time. But I will predict that Dwayne will win. Congratulations to Dwayne. Dawn. Now she's chairman. She runs to basically make sure she fills the seat. She gets bled out. She got nosebleeds each time. But you know, God bless her. God bless her, I'm telling you. Because those nosebleeds are heavy. Because you start going over and pageant. You know, you don't expect to win that pageant East. You just don't expect to win it. Dennis Lister, 200 votes have been counted. Let's see who's the other guys in there at this point, because 200 votes have been counted there. There's somebody. Okay, so who's over there in the independent move? Let's see. The most Indian. Let's see what the Indians doing over there. Ah, there's Rakai at 25. He can't get across the PLP again. Smart young man. Once again, I told him in the early stages, do not do the FDM. I did tell him. I told him. You know, I can say all this now, but I did. I said, Rakai, wrong team. I said, if you're going to do party, you might as well go into the PLP. You can't go OBA, but you're young. Go in there and be part of change. Be the change, buddy. This is what I tell him. I said, beyond that, go independent, stand on your own. He was raging to me, Elmore. Look, why if you think the PLP and if you think the independents, no, the FDM's ready to go. The FDM's ready to go. Yeah, boy. Hey, man, I tell you, boy, he wrenched me. Me and my boy Sandy were outside. He wrenched us. Remember, Sandy? Yeah, boy, he wrenched us. But hey, no, Rakai. Next thing you know, what he does, he runs as an independent. It took too long, man. Take the advantage of the advice of the elders. What's wrong with you, young people? I've got you at heart. I want to see you succeed. We need change. If we can't put our hope in the young people, who do we trust? Who do we put our hope in? Besides the good Lord Almighty. But he says it is the children who shall lead, but not without listening to the wisdom of the elders. You cannot be high-minded about what you think you know. And then when people start getting to you, it's like you ain't got the patience to take the flaws and the differences of the elders. Stop it. Anyway, as we move. So Dawn's at 45. That 9 times out of 10 is an OBAC. So that one there, we'll count that one. All joy. Count it up. I know Dawn was not expecting any particular miracles there. Lista. Now 200 votes are in. This is very interesting for the OBA too. Totally depends because 200 votes are in, and there's Kennedy. So Kennedy's ringing up the rear. I don't know why he got in a tie. See, once again, everybody seems to think they got to get in a tie. I don't get it. You be with the people. Why do you think you got to be in a tie all the time? Huh? No, sir. Anyway, Victoria Cunningham, she, OBA. You know, it's almost like I shouldn't even count the votes of the OBA. Only for the hearing impaired, maybe. Only for the hearing impaired, I should count the OBA. But you can see it for yourself. But nonetheless, 40, 60, he's only 20 points behind the OBA. Meanwhile, the lead is opening up with young Lister, Dennis Lister the third, JR. Okay, let's go down some more. Let's try and get to the bottom. Tanae, once again, Tanae Furbert will win that race. Even though the OBA is coming back up strong right now, they're coming in. It's 300 and something votes in. She's 100 and something votes ahead. The early count definitely belongs. We got to see what happens in the middle now. So that's not necessarily over. She did take it from a UBP OBA group where she is. So did the PLP awaken the sleeping giant in this case? And will they come through the later stages? So here's Sophie. Sophie is actually running in second. Ralph would be in third, which is crazy because Sophie is beating Ralph and Nesbitt. In fact, Ralph is taking up last place right now as the Indy. So the FDM, once again, the party business, right? So people are giving Sophie that vote. Jason is off to it will probably hold for him. I don't see the FDM getting the late count. And of course, Ralph, he's in the same seat I was in. He gets to feel the licks that he put on me that time. How about that? He gets to sit in the room saying, okay, I think I got one more coming. Sophie, good on you. You look like you might get back your money tonight under the OBA banner, but that's the Imperial Group. So really, she's running as the Imperial Group. This is a strategy that could have worked the opposite way around. They just stayed in the red. You can't stay in the red and think that people are going to give the OBA that vote. They're not going to do it. They want the OBA. Even the oligarchs and the other, conservative Caucasians, they don't even want the OBA around for real. I mean, they're only voting when it's the divided line. But really, you could see they don't want the OBA. The OBA, you're finished. You're going. You're going. Now, not that you can't come back, but not under that banner. Jason said 61. So he would, in 9 times out of 10, that seat's gonna be going through. So I've got 4 already done. 4 or 5 already done. Okay. So Diallo, that's 1. Famous, that's 2. Right. Neville, that's 3. Kim, that's 4. Rain, that's 5. Dennis, that's 6. Tanae, that's 7. She's still on his line. Now, it's still early, but I don't think that they'll catch Jason in this one. I'm going to say that's 8. OBA, Joanne Ball-Burgess actually got a really good show in there. The PLP come early. Was she able to galvanize her people and get them out? And no. Looks like Michael Fahey is getting back in. Pembroke Central West. Now, is that where Walton was? Or it's deeper? Or Jason's where Walton was, right? But, the fact that they are allowing Michael Fahey to get back in, it was a late move. You couldn't pair him correctly. But who is on the tail end of that? Of course, the race is running closer now up in Somerset. This is the race to watch. I don't see this young lady actually catching. Looks like Michael Fahey is heading back to the house, the burning house. Michael Fahey is going back to the burning house. He must have got laid off or something. Needed a paycheck. You can't write this stuff. You can't write this stuff, okay? This stuff's going to be over in maybe another hour and a half. A lot of this stuff's going to be done. Okay, so Vic Ball gets 25. So PLP beats the Indy. Vic Ball at 25. I don't see that changing too greatly. I know what that's like. So that that's the experience that I like the fact that I know what it's like to be sitting in the room and the way these counts work. It's a very interesting thing. So I'm gonna continue down. So I've got 9. That Somerset one is kind of iffy. That Somerset one is iffy. Also, close race in St. George's. Thomas finally getting some bite. So some voters are going to the 192. So some FDM and the independent are taking some votes away from the PLP. Now, Thomas didn't win on his best day, which we saw, right? He didn't win on his best day. So it's no way that I don't believe he's going to be able to make it through that. Because he only got 100 votes the last time, and Kim beat him by like 500 votes. Okay? Right now, it's pretty tight because there is a poll on votes from the independent and the FDM. So let's see what they got, right? Let's see what they got. So what they have now, right? And there it is, right? 45. See, Ace Girl, who, by the way, right? This is where the FDM, this is where Mark is the spoiler. The FDM are absolute spoilers for independents. They should have dropped out of that race. They should have dropped out of that race. And especially because she was a hometown girl. She was a hometown girl. She is a green machine. But it goes to show you, right, that what happens in these situations, what's really taking place, when these things are happening. What's really taking place? When you think about uh, uh, when you think about uh, why would not why would you not get out of the way, right? It's clear, very clear, that without those loss of votes, she would be actually hanging in with uh, she'll be hanging in with Kim right now, and that would mean there would have been about 200 votes plus out there for her to get. So the PLP may dodge it. Well, they will dodge a bullet on Kim Swan. I say that they will dodge the bullet because it's 4 candidates. I can't see that changing anytime soon. So that, my friends, is uh, uh, the tail of the tape, I think, for that one. They're not gonna get across that at all. Let's go back to the ticker tape of let's go back to the ticker tape of the share screen, and let's do that. And share so we could get back in. And bam, let's get back in there. Let's reset. Let's get a reset going on. Okay. Oh, I'm into black right now. Let's see why. Let's see why I'm into black. And then just share that screen. Oh, there we go. There we go. There we go. Let's see if we could get that to come up. There we go. Cool. All right. So, yeah, I got it working a little bit. Not the way I wanted to, but it's working. So let's reset and get a new count. Let's see what the count is up to now. We get to the bottom of the tape and work our way up. Here we go. Okay, so to the bottom, we'll go to the top. These are the latest that have come in. So we got Hamilton East. That's with Pastor Leroy. That's a done deal. So we're up to 9, 10. We're up to 10 right now. Lauren Bell, office administrator over at the PLP. Once again, nice little nosebleed for her, but she will not see a victory there. Total votes in 400. Yeah, it's 400 votes already in. That's 2. There's only another 100 out there possibly for her. 395 in, even with Leroy. There's only another 200, maybe 200 votes to count, right? So that's the end of that. So we're up 9-10. Neville is done. Jason starts to open his lead up. You can see that actually happening. Again, Sophie is still holding her own, though. Sophie's still holding her own. Now, this is a very interesting race. Now, Anthony's in trouble in the early vote. 300 votes in. He only won by 100 votes, 80 something, 100 votes last time. His seat's in jeopardy. She's off to now. The fact that she's off to an early start, not a good look. Not a good look at all. Yeah, not a good look. That is that's very interesting. That's very interesting right there. Because this could be one of those fallen seats, people. He did a lot of work, but because it was close, it was marginalized. You know, let's see who's the spoiler down there. Is it Iman Gibbons pulling that youthful vote out of Devil's Hill? Let's see. 382. Yeah. So Iman is probably gonna get back his money. Let's hit the button. All up here, the butter sandwiches. Let's see. There it is. 41. 41 votes in the difference right now. So Iman is pulling, right? Iman is pulling from Anthony Richards at this point. He's definitely pulling from Anthony Richards. So now the race, you know, it becomes looking at Iman, right? How much is Iman gonna continue to pull from Anthony? You know, and of course Robin, you know, third time in, he's been a senator, and this might be her time. It's still close, but the early basket usually belongs to the PLP. That's all I could say. But still got that tail end now. That's where he could come back and top it up. But has Iman taken away some of that morning sting, and will he take away some of that evening closing sting? Right, you got those are the two runs for the PLP: early vote and the end of the day, where they get the top up. So this is the race right here. This could be one of the seats that fall right there. It won't go to the Indy or go to the OBA, but it could be some interesting trade-offs too, where you might just balance out. You might not only see only about 3 seats change hands according to where it is, because we're already up to 10, 11, 12 with the PLP. Okay, you're already up to that, up in that range. So it's sketchy. It's real sketchy. Okay, so let's go. And you know, I speaking to Iman, he managed. You know, Anthony did a lot of work in being transparent. I'm not sure, you know, how advisable that will be when you're dealing with the war that you're in, but he, you know, gave everybody a platform. He, you know, offered to make sure they had an open debate, and that one is over, I think, for today. I don't see 593. Not going to be too many more votes coming in. It's a low turnout. Not going to be too many more votes coming in. Joanne writes his loft on that. Now, Jashay and Marcus. It's 170. Who's the spoiler there? Let's see who's pulling from the PLP again. Okay, let's see. Here we go. 179 in. Okay. The independent, 34. Okay. 34 are so just say once again, the independent is now, I would think that independent is not taking from the PLP as much, but they're taking some, probably both sides, because they really don't want the OBA, which is clear. And you know, I'm not sure she fits the bill of the PLP voter either. So, especially being under that banner of Joan W. Swan. Love her. She's great. You know, she's one of the coolest chihuahuas I know. You know what I'm saying? Like, bam. But not quite sure it's going to add up to anything more for Susie. And I'm sure she is doing Sir John a favor by running. She's worked for him, worked with him long enough. I'm sure she's got shares in it. So, Jashay, you know, is there, and so that's another one. So we're up to 13, 14, right? We're up to 14 now. OBA is on 44. The premier himself, David Burt, whose numbers, you know, who many would claim is the actual reason for such detraction. It's not pointed as much as the party as it's pointed at leadership. This is the problem. Yeah, that's the problem here, is that that pointing this towards this man, David Burt, the would-be the leader of the PLP, the strategic guru behind the marketing and the strategic political power of the PLP, and of course the leader of the country. So, but he has this weight and has shown his class right now by blowing away the OBA, but it's that early vote. But let's see who's stealing some of those votes, because he won it hands down before. So let's see who's stealing some of his votes. Okay. Now, okay, a big switch has happened. PLP, the Lawrence has jumped back in front. I'll get to that. Okay, I'll get to that. Lawrence is jumping in front. Okay, so FDM has pulled 43 votes. Omar Deal is ringing up the rear, but it's not doing bad, right? Early vote belongs to the PLP. David is still got both of them by what? Just over 200 votes in. It's exactly 200 votes in. Still got 300 to 400 votes to go for that area. 300. I mean, if we go course 550, we'll see where we start topping out. But it's only 250 votes left. Will they be able to make it up in that piece? I don't think so. Don't think so. So we'll count that. So they're already up to 14 seats, people. Okay. PLP is already up to 14 seats. All right. So just keeping it in perspective, right? Just keeping it in perspective. All right. Yeah. Once again, yeah, Faye will get through. Yeah. Leroy's going through. That's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6-ish, 7, and Lawrence back on top. So he's got something going on there, where he still could push. He's gonna look like he's gonna push. There's only 200 more votes out there. They're still very close. So that's going to be the race to watch right there. That's going to be the race to watch. Cannoner, okay, yeah, Ian. Jamal definitely trunching. Mike from the OBA has stepped up and now has superseded Eugene. So Eugene got the early vote. Mike is coming on strong now, but he's already down by 100 votes. And it's 350 to go. 350 votes counted so far. So really, the chances of him making up that 100 is slim. So now we're up to 13. So right. So we got, there we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Zayn is pumping. Zayn's at 300 already. So he's over the top. There's no one's going to catch him. 10, 11. Okay. Charmaine has moved into second place with the FDM, right? Got a political future there. Rethink where you're going to be next time you run, Charmaine. Rethink it, right? Because that's a you're done very well coming across that. 10, 11. Kyrie is still in the race. Kyrie is still in the race with 2, right? 138 to 100. Kyrie is still in the race, right? That is a telling sign right there. The Indy, not Kyrie, Christopher, his brother. Sorry, I keep mentioning Kyrie, but his brother Christopher still in the race. Okay, so that right there tells you a telling time right there. That seat is in jeopardy in the future, but the spoiler on those votes is who? The spoiler on the vote is the OBA. Okay, the Indy played no role on the inside, but the spoiler is the OBA. This is where, once again, you could clearly see if the OBA had anything of a leader, to be honest, that was worthy of people representation, he would have seen you could not run this young man. I give him props, but unfortunately, Jarian is not a leader for the people. And even once again, having a word with him, same thing. Like, Why are you holding on to a dead horse? To be quite honest, you're just going to be a spoiler. Why would you do it? Because they all want the same colonial mindset of power. I want to be leader of the country. I want to be the premier. That's where it comes from, people. They still have the same ideological thinking, right? And even a lot of these independents, they still got the framework of party system politics, which is why they went under the umbrella of John W. Swan. They're not true independents. They're people who needed a big brother. When you become an independent, you do not need a big brother. It means you get rid of the crown. What's wrong with you? But they will learn next time, right? But you can't tell them nothing. Yeah, they needed to God to come from a million years. Trust me, people would listen to me. We would have an even more interesting situation because, like I said, I just learned a lot from running as an indie, and it's like, you know, the party system is way too entrenched. The PLP system is what people say they want for our community, which is unity, which is we got to learn to stick together, which is this is what you learn once you get on the doorstep. I'm telling you, you don't just think you go and run. Okay. But nonetheless, people felt it built it, everybody running because, oh, well, he could do it. I could do it. Yeah, that's how it goes. Let's go to the next piece. The next, I wonder if I could play my, tune. I wonder if I could play my tune. But anyway, let's keep going. Lest I digress. So that race is going. So we're up to 14, right? 1, we'll go through the count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6-ish, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Oh, Scott is in trouble. Let me do the count first. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Listen, I say at 24, 25. I said where we might end up, right? So I've pretty much got it done already. PLP only loses 3. Only loses 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, sorry, 5, right? From where they were down from. So they're at about 5, right? If they go through at 25, then they lose 11. So actually, we are spot on, which will be 5. Spot on at 5, right? Now, let's go back and dig in, right? Because these races are all blown out right now. Even, the newcomer. Let me hit the newcomer, give him some shine. Paul, who take over from now this count is still early, by the way. 170 votes in. But remember, we're looking at a low voter turnout. Okay, we're not looking at a high voter turnout. So Linda Smith, wait a minute. Linda Smith. Okay, where's the PLP person? Okay, let me hit that. Let me hit that because that's not right. That should be up by now. What you mean? What you mean? That's gotta be what you mean. There's something must be going on there. Because that's Crystal. So Crystal will be up there. Let me do a refresh, and let's do a refresh. Let's do a refresh and see where we're at, because that doesn't make any sense. Oh my, OMG. OMG. Spoilers. The spoilers came in. 8 votes. The not the 2 indies, right, have pulled from Crystal Caesar. So Crystal Caesar is one of those fallen seats. So okay. So that puts me at 24. No, it puts me at 25. We're still at 25. Right. We're at 25 because Linda Smith. Now, this is a very interesting woman, Linda Smith. Very interesting woman. It's interesting that people are picking her because she's on the right team, mind you, but she should have been a UBP person. That's what she should have damn been. She belongs right there with those oligarchs, let me tell you. From like the 70s. Like, this is like picking Linda Smith is like picking a person from 1970 politics of UBP. Go figure. Go figure why you would want to go back to that time period and be a UBP candidate. That's what Linda Smith is. On the other side, she was an OBA girl. She fell out of grace. I don't know what happened there. Of course, Renee Kwakwo, great young lady. You know what I mean? You know, got her little advocacy. She is up there with the canon. What's his name? The guy Nicholas Deal up there in the cathedral, the slave owners church, the endorsers of enslavement. That church needs to give up a lot. They took a lot too. That's why you have them all across. Not to mention probably how much back in the day, how much land they stole from people. Nonetheless, but Crystal is in jeopardy. She is a minister with a portfolio. She was down at the cabinet office. She was given the part of environment. So here's the 2 seats that are in jeopardy for the PLP. Crystal is in trouble. Anthony Richardson is in trouble. Anthony is in trouble down in Devil's Hill. Let's see. Tanae has topped out. Tanae has won. Higher count than expected. 780 people turned out. Jerion is Kim is, well, there's still PLP. This would have to be a late run for the PLP for her to win that. Who's detracting from the PLP there in Paget West? I don't know if it's anybody. Nope, I wouldn't think so. Not too many people are gonna go run up in Paget like that. So Crystal, it would be a long shot for her to win. She just became the Attorney General. And hoping that she would have got a seat. She's been a senator, but getting close, Jerian, I don't think so. But what is he gonna have but a shell of an organization? What is he gonna have but a shell? No indie though. It's real surprising that we don't have an indie that has gotten in. Now Rene going up against Diallo. It's a late move, 350 in. If it's any indication, there's 250 votes left out there. If we go by the 788 odd from Tanae. So Rene Webb and Diallo are but he's 100 votes ahead, easy on that, just under 100 votes. But I don't see a but who's the spoiler? Who's the spoiler over here? Because, well, no, there's really no spoiler. There's only those 2. And 350, there's a spoiler in here though. Devonshire South. There's a spoiler. Who is that? The OBA. Good old OBA. 89. Look, you could see where things could have went absolutely south. You could actually see that. Right? Let me check. Now I'm going to open up my Let me see if I can invite somebody to the stage. I'm going to send a link out to my to my chat. If you would like to chat, you could join my StreamYard link. And you'll be able to chat on my StreamYard link. Let's see. I thought I picked it up. I copied it. Oh, okay, now let me go back. Now go back. Where's my StreamYard link? Here we go. Nope. Let's go to the no. StreamYard. There we go. Yeah, let me. I'm gonna send out my link so that people could join me if they want to. If you want to say a little word and come on with me and banter a bit and have some fun. Let's do a reset. And here we go. So once again, let's go to the bottom of the tape, right? Because that one is over. But the close races to look at right now is Mark and who is the spoiler with Mark and OBA again. OBA spoiling at 45. Now that's pulling those OBA voters are the youth 9 times out of 10. That's a youthful vote that's going to Kellen. 9 times out of 10, that youthful vote is going to Kellen and taking the sting out of Scott. And so Mark might be back in the house. Very strategic move for the FDM. It will breathe some life into the FDM if Mark finds himself back in the house. He can actually build a new party off of that, because it's whether or not the people who are independent want to go to the FDM. And by the time they hear what his plans really are, will people really gravitate towards it? Will the FDM become the new opposition? Because the OBA don't have a story to tell, right? Will he then, they fold, and will he take them on? I don't think so. Now, here's the thing. Mark is no way going to join up with the OBA. But just like in South Africa, the NCA actually went and joined back up with their captors. So anything's possible. But I highly unlikely that Mark will join up with the OBA. Highly unlikely that the OBA will join up with Mark. So the OBA 9 times out of 10 will be a lost cause, especially with, I just can't see it. Now, we have to see what Scott's doing in the update, because he's in trouble right now. But let's see if he gets the vote coming up. Let's see if he made the overtake. Let's see. Let's refresh. Let's refresh and see. Let's see where we're at. 346 votes in. So the contest going up. Who actually has it now? Let's see if Scott was able to bump it up. Here we go. Here we go. Up. Back up. Mark got the early vote. No, but he's still trailing. It's closer. But Callan Lewis is actually right in the middle. Right in the middle. Right? 346 votes in. This is very interesting, because Callan is 81 votes, and now he's pulling from both. OBA pulling from both, trying to make a stand in there. He's putting up a good show though, right? There's Scott actually inching up. He's now only 5 votes behind Mark. Has Mark topped out? Usually we're still on the midday. We're at now, I'm going to say we're still in the morning. We're still in the morning crowd. Well, no, we're actually in the lunchtime 1 o'clock region now. We're in the lunchtime 1 o'clock region of the count, right? So actually, I actually have it backwards, to be honest with you. I actually have it backwards. The tail of the tape, I'm talking about the morning crowd, but actually, I actually have it backwards. So forget I actually said that. The vote, it's true what I'm saying, but I had it backwards, but it's true what I'm saying. So what's going to happen now is, right, you're going to see the PLP, a lot of those guys that are marginalized with their numbers, you're going to see their numbers actually grow faster. That's what you're going to see. So Scott will start pouring on in the later count. Okay. So this is where it gets dangerous for everybody. Once you go across, 1 o'clock and you start going down into the early morning voters, that morning box that's at the bottom of the box, that's where the PLP starts to just start banging away, because their voters come out early. They get them out early. They get there and vote early. And then that's where the tail of the tape just starts to run away. So Mark is actually in trouble at this stage. OBA, they're in the middle, but they're pulling. They're pulling, though. They're pulling. But this is where Scott is going to, after going into the 1 o'clock and start getting to the morning box, that's where the OBA will the PLP will come up. So don't be surprised when you see the numbers again, on the second look. Don't be surprised. Okay, so I just updated that, so we'll go back and continue, right? Continue to watch it. See, once again, there you go. 441. That seat is won by Owen Darrow. That's a wrap. 216. That seat is won by Levita Fogo. That's a wrap. Zane, his just about done. 588 votes in. They didn't do too much more, than that before. So those numbers are there. Chris Famous, once again, it's too big of a bridge to cross. Christopher put up a really good fight. It's 423 now. He's down by 100 votes right now. He's down by that 100 votes. The spoiler in that area is FDM. It's 4. It's that 4. And the spoiler in that area is Rondé Shamar from the OBA. That's the spoiler there for that. But you could clearly also see that even though they have those votes, they still are not in line. They're just under Dennis Lister. But what a gallant effort by this young man. And it gives you a temperature of the people, still. So he's really put out a good showing. He gets his money back. And that's a good showing. 124. He's not done yet. But the tail of the tape is now going to run away with the PLP, because that's how it goes. All right. So let's go back to the board, right? And Mark still holding at that 35, so that hasn't been updated yet. Tanae is out, she's done, right? Diallo is running away with it, is done. Lister Jr., he's running away with it. Jamal is running away with it. Jason has run away with it. Right, low is the independent and the FDM, right? Those guys are there. Michael, Charmaine, gallant effort. Paul is running away with it, so Paul will be in. Dion, a one-time PLP member. Dion is a one-time PLP member, and it's interesting that that Dion, it's too bad, because he was a PLP member, right? He was a sharp businessman. He's been on plenty of boards. He was a part of the RA. Once again, having a conversation with them too. Look, you just picked the wrong team, man. You picked, these are good peeps. Pick the wrong team. Why do we feel we have to continue to pick the wrong team like that? I don't know. I really, really don't know. But anyway, you know, I hope they can lick the wounds, figure it out, and then jump back in, right? Get rid of the knee-jerk politics and jump back in, honestly. Next is Paul. So Paul's run away with that, right? Emily Gale, right? Emily Gale, she's run away with that. It's still close, but the bottom of the barrel belongs to the PLP. Okay. Now here's Linda. Now, Crystal, who's moving up, okay. Once again, the bottom of the barrel belongs to the PLP. But this could be a very low turnout situation at this point in time. That count is very low. You know what I mean? The count is very low. And they're being pulled, right? Because Crystal hasn't moved much, but they're being pulled by the independent 1A and by this girl. So 1A is pulling from Crystal at this point, right? 2 melanin females. Tough decision in the box for people, but you know, 1A is their PLP. They're only 30 votes, 30 votes done, right? Only 30 votes done. So, you know, yeah, 43 votes done. That's what they are, the 43. That could easily get picked up in the bottom of the barrel. So Crystal, she's borderline. It could go either way right there. Either way. Okay? Either way. But the spoilers definitely is 1A Crockle. They all need to come and see me when they're done. I'll tell them how to do it and move through in such a way that, you know, they can recover from this. You know what I mean? Okay, so next, OBA charges forward. So once again, but it's interesting because, you know, the pool on this is about this, but you know what? There's not a lot of votes left out there. There's not a lot of votes left out there. If it's 200 votes or 150 votes left, that's what you got. Now it's still a close race. Who is pulling from the OBA at this point? That's the real question. Not who's pulling from PLP. Who's pulling from the OBA and the PLP people who turn to OBA in that area, okay? Because that, you know, there are certain people down there that for the indie, and John Swan is the one making the pull. John is the one pulling, right? So Lindsay may squeeze cross if she could get the bottom of the barrel. Lindsay can possibly squeeze cross the guy from the OBA. So this is going to be a very tight race to watch in the closing minutes of the bottom of the barrel. If they hold true, remember last time John Swan beat her in the bye, but this time they'll come out in full force. They're seeing what they got to do. They've done a lot of work down there, and now Lindsay is in second place. She's only down by 8. She's only down by 8. Okay, so this is a very this is going to be a very close race. This one right here. So the bottom of the barrel is probably another 100 and something votes out there, maybe by any indication, might be about 100 and some votes. Okay, if we're holding true, to what's taking place right now, especially being the amount of registered voters and what's taking place. So let's go back down That's really weird because David hasn't moved that much. And Jashay hasn't moved that much. The voter count is still very low, waiting for the updates. It's going to be interesting to see how that looks because that's not moving too much, and the premier hasn't moved too much, but they're still ahead. So we'll see what that looks like in the refresh. Let's do a refresh right now. See where they lie. Let's do the reset and see where they lie. Let's see. Let's see. There we go. Okay. Let's go back to the bottom. No, they're still there. They're still hanging low. So those numbers have yet to come in. So Brother Leroy Bean, he's up, right? So we do the count once again. So we're saying that's 1, that's 2, that's 3, PLP 4, that's 5. This one is iffy. 6, Keem Wilson. 7, Michael. 8, Jason. 9, Jamal. He's run away with that. That's a rep. 10, Goretti, is coming along strong at the bottom of the barrel. 11, Lista. 12, 13. Scott's in trouble, but we'll see. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, that's 1, 19, 20, 21. It's still close, but the last tail of the tape is going to belong to the OBA, to the PLP. 22, 23, 24, 24 seats so far. 24. So they've definitely fallen, but they've fallen to the OBA. So they haven't fallen to an independent, which people were hoping that, some independents. I would have hoped that the independents get in before the OBA. But once again, the lore of the party politics is way stronger than what the independents. The quality of the independents is an issue, and without being under the party banner, and people being in, one of the things that happened here is also that the OBA felt that they actually had a chance this election, and so the membership and the people who would back the OBA got emboldened with that, right? A certain group, they were like, hey, we actually have a chance to win it. Let's get more people out. And that sort of created this sort of energy is what you're seeing translate right now, right? Is this energy that translated for the OBA. Okay, that's where that energy came from. It came from there. So let's see if I could. Right, I want to try and get that and see if I can get this so I can invite people to come on. I said I was going to let some people come on, so let me see if I could do that on my Facebook page and let some people in and let some people look and see. Say hello to everybody. Yeah, salamte. Everybody. Here is the link if you want to join me live and have a conversation. I will bring you on. I will bring you on. Just click the link. Okay? All right, so here we go. I'll do that and paste, and then people could come in. Here we go. Yes, I'm on live in Bermuda. Yes, I am. I'm on live in Bermuda as well. I'm on the cable channel. Yep. So we got a fair number of viewers there. That's cool. That's good stuff. Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. But I'm on. Yes, I'm on. Uh, Fresh TV, the best TV, and yeah. Here we go. Okay. Okay. So that's done. Um, so that's in the piece. So if people wanted to join, they could. So if you're watching on TV and you want to join on your computer, if you go to the Facebook page or you go to the YouTube, you can actually uh, join in on the conversation if you dare, of course. And you can actually join us. Okay, so I'll put that in there, and join the conversation. Click the link. Here we go. So you can join me anywhere from around the world. If you're overseas and you're watching, if you want to, if you want to do it, just come on in. Okay. What's going on there? That's weird. It's like it's a big delay on it. It's real weird. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So let's get back to the numbers and see. I'm going to refresh. I would have liked to have gone through some of the campaigns, because I think, when we looked at the campaigns, right, for what actually took place this year, and you look at the storylines of everyone, you had the PLP, they came out, yes, they had the racket, but the Imperial group actually came out and probably had the best campaign of change that you saw. And they actually really upstarted the apple cart, right? Because even the premier himself altered a view and extended an olive branch, even, right, to people to work with him, which is kind of crazy that he would do such a thing. But the fact of the matter is, he did. He actually went out and gave the olive branch and said, listen, we'll be willing to work with you. Let's think about working with you. And that's all out of the fact that the possible unity, right, would be possible in some weird shape or form should things go a little left, right? There was the just in case Hail Mary, that lease line, right? To the independence and everybody kind of thing, you know. But what would that look like with the FDM? What would it look like with the OBA? What does that look like, right? But the group that actually made that change were these guys right here. Let me see if I could pull it up. Let me see if I could pull up anything. Let me see. Can I pull it up? Yeah, I pull it up. Hmm. Transform. Right. So I'll go back to that because it's not letting me do that. So okay. So right. So here we are once again. Back up. Jashay is definitely moving forward. Jashay 160. Okay. So he's opening up his lead. Brother Cal's opening up his lead. Why would you run? I'm just curious. I know, but I mean, the UBP has not been able to win Fenton's Drive and all that there since 1998, 1990, 1998. Okay, when they lost it in 1998, they lost that seat, right? 94, 98. That was the last time the UBP was able to win over there, and they put flipping Cinderella over there. Can you imagine? I mean, I'm just trying to figure that out. Like, how is she really gonna go? I mean, honestly, did she even go and canvass down in the garrison, like Lower Middletown? I don't think so. But most of the votes are in there. Let's look at who the spoilers were. No spoilers there, really. 59, the female beats out Ty. Now, Ty, this guy, he really wanted to run. PLP Strong was a part of the early victories with Ralph Commission and all these guys. Why disenfranchised? Why coming from the younger part of that? But once again, the mainstay of that area is going to be PLP. When I ran there, they basically said, oh, Elmore, next time, if the PLP doesn't do right, if the PLP doesn't do right. So, they once again do what? Speaking to the area. I told them I won't be back. You know what I mean? Because it was just what I did at that time. And I didn't speak to a whole lot of them from down there. But I stayed more up in the Cavendish area and went to some people that I knew. And that area, is strong once again, just became strong. Once again, when people look at these dynamics, right? When you look at these dynamics, let me share something with you. A lot of people believe, right, that the PLP, when the PLP won in such a margin, their thinking is that all these Caucasians actually voted for them, local Caucasians, right? It's not true. The reason why they won the way they won is because the OBA people stayed at home and the PLP people were boisterous. They went in, right? And you win the election off of the majority, and the majority still is the melanin people in the community. We're still the majority, right? So with that being said, it's not necessarily because all these Caucasians vote for the PLP that makes power work. No, it's because you're still the majority. You see? And this is an area that actually proves such a thing. But a lot of those people, Caucasians in that area, have actually moved even out of the area. They don't even stay there. When I was there, 6, 8 years ago, 7 years ago, hey, a lot of those people have moved out. A lot of rentals up there. A lot of those Caucasians don't even live on the island no more. They're retiring overseas. They're moving out. They're not the only ones. It's not like melanin people aren't the only ones who are just packing up and going. A lot of people packing up and going and leaving Bermuda, not just melanin people, So the fact that they put this young girl there, I don't get it. But you know what? Curtis is the winner. It's a done race. It's over. Okay, so let's go back and let's see who's over. So Curtis is his first one, and the voter base once again, it wasn't that much, right? So Curtis is already going through. Let's see what the number was. The number was 541. So when you think about what the total number of votes are for the area and where the voter count is, low numbers. So Brother Leroy is also checked out too, I would think. No, not yet. He hasn't checked out yet. OBA is in the last place. Desmond FDM wins out the OBA. The other thing is looking at that, right? How many people with the OBA actually beat the FDM beat the OBA? Let's have a look at that. Let's have a look and see how many of the OBA people, right? The FDM beat the OBA. So now there's Scott. Scott is opening the lead now. So Scott is now made his move, right? And look, once again, FDM, that's 2, right? So that's two people that have literally from the FDM that are beating out the OBA, right? So I'm actually just gonna make sure I put that in. Yeah, let's make sure I put that in, just so I could keep track of it myself. And voila, right? So that's 2. That's FDM. Mark, right, beats the OBA. Desmond, FDM beats the OBA. Yeah. So those guys are basically the OBA once again, losing out, not winning the seat, but showing that the appetite that Mark has some traction that the OBA couldn't get across with him with there. And now here's Scott starting to ring on, but there's not too many more votes out there, right? Well, actually, if they go for half, which we're really talking 55%, so 55% means there's only another 100 or so votes out there to close this in. Mark is still in striking distance, but the bottom of the barrel goes with the PLP. You're right. You're gonna see it just get stronger and stronger with the PLP. So let's not be fooled by that situation. The bottom of the barrel definitely is going to go that way. So so that's 2, right, with the FDM. Let's see where else the FDM beat the OBA, right? Jamal is pretty much in. That is another one. Imperial Group is third. OBA takes second with Mike. I told Mike the same thing. Mike, why, Mike, why? Well, you know. Okay, so that one, FDM. Let's see another one. That one ran its course. 800. Now that's a high number. See, the OBA came out in full force here. They came out in full force here. 819. That's 3/4 of the electorate. 3/4. They made sure this guy Douglas DeCuto got in against Joanne. So he beat her by half. He's whooping her by half, right? But that is a biggie. That goes to show you, like, it's like, look, we make sure 819. That's the highest numbers of the turnout so far. So that's, that's pretty big for the 529 over 235, right? So that's pretty big. That's pretty big numbers right there. Only two in the race. 160, still 300. So this is 9 times out of 10 going to be a low turnout, right? But this is another one. Well, that's Desmond. He beat the OBA, right? OBA is running second there. Now this is interesting. Crystal is still down, and they got 200 votes to go. So the bottom of the barrel, she's down by 20, 26. She's down by 26. So Crystal Caesar and Linda, Crystal's down by 26. This could be one of those falling tickets. One of the OBA, because like I said, we got 12. We have that 25, 24. So who has lost the seats from who has lost the seats here, right? Which seats are they going to lose on this one? They lost Vance Campbell, right? So they lost that. Okay, so they haven't been able to regain that one. So that's 2, that's 3. Okay, so they've got 3 so far. They've already got 2. They got Jerry, and that's 3, right? That's 4. So, yeah, it's not too much more out of that. But let's see. Nope, he ain't going nowhere. And Kyrie still putting in a great show. But let's see what happened up here. Let's see if anybody else got beaten, right? Well, FDM didn't get across the OBA up there. Nope, they still didn't have an appetite for the FDM with Shalea Codrington. They still didn't have an appetite. And of course, the police officer, arrest me officer, Carl Neblet, didn't do a great show. And again, so the real battle was with, this time was with Kyrie. And he's putting in a really good show, but it's going to open up. It's definitely going to open up as they go. So Emily is at 196. Kyrie's at 140. So they've got 2, right? But really, the OBA is being beaten out by the independent as well. So that's another one. Let's go down again. Jashay is at 160. Where's the other close battle? That one's that's 100 votes, just under 100 votes. This is still, this could go either way, even though there's 4, still 100, probably about 150 odd votes out there, 100 votes left. This could go either way. But the bottom of the tape belongs to the PLP. So the morning time count is where they start winning. This seat stays the same with Vance, right? Lawrence Scott, it's still tight with Lawrence. The spoilers are still doing a lot of damage on the PLP side, which is Lauren Francis. Well, we didn't see Lauren, but Lauren is actually holding on at 65 votes. She's not going to win. She can't recover because she doesn't have the machinery as the OBA and the PLP. That's the real deal right there. If you don't have that machinery working for you, it's very difficult to get across the party machine. Very difficult. And I can tell you, the PLP has one of the most, they have probably the strongest voting machine when it goes into beast mode, when the PLP go into election mode. Trust and believe me. It's nothing like it. It's actually beautiful to watch. The way how everybody starts working together, all the branches, all how they do all the counts. It's actually quite amazing. A real journey for young people to actually experience. I can tell you that. And so that's when you start seeing these numbers in the later part of the election process. It's very difficult to recover. You know, you don't just recover from those numbers. It's very difficult, very difficult, very difficult. So let me see if I have anybody in the gallery. Oh, I have somebody in the gallery. Okay. Let's see. I'll let them in. Let's see. Hey, Fakarte. Let's get Fakarte in. Fakarte. She wants to come in. Let's see if I can get her in. Fakarte, here you are. What's up, Fakarte? Can you hear me? Let's get that out. Interesting night so far. Okay. So Fakarte says, interesting night so far. Okay, you don't want to come on? You can come up live if you want to. Got somebody chatting with me. Fakarte, you can come up live if you want to. I can pull you in. Let's see. Let's just take a little quid on that and see if I can get Fakarte up. Let's see if I can get Fakarte up. Let's see. Enter. 3 guests. Okay. So Fakarte. Let's see where you two. Yeah, you should be able to come up. Let me snap out of this for a minute. The numbers are not changing quite yet, but let's see if I can get you up for Fakarte. Let's see. Stop sharing. Go to StreamYard. There we go. And let's where's Fakarte. Fakarte. Device not connected. What happened? Here you go. She clicked the link. Okay, come back in. I'll just move that. So yeah, very interesting. Let me take a little break. I'll be back right after this. Let me
my people suffer so bad? How is it that should really be sad? Is it a misplaced melancholy? Why? Well, it's politics time again. Are you gonna vote now? My people may talk. It's politics time.
Interesting. Okay. For whatever reason. Just at the Yellow Munch. I've been banging 2 hours. All right. But let's get back to the numbers. We'll get back to the numbers and um, share. Get back to that. Share screen. Entire. Hit it. Bam. Here we go. Okay. So just as a recount, those of you who are joining in, Jamal is pretty much closed out, 679. That's the total number of votes. He's punched over Mike. Scott is opening up his lead. He's ahead by just under 40 votes, just under 40 votes right there, right? So that's 20 and 20 is 19. So it's like 39 votes, 37 votes, 38 votes. That Scott is going ahead. Rand is closed out. That's the winner there. Joanne Gallant Afford Douglas is in. Jashay is opening up his lead in the morning as the morning votes come in. Leroy Bean going through. Curtis is closed out. He's won that. Linda Smith is opening up. This is a seat that's going to 9 times out of 10 fall. If Crystal doesn't get I'm frozen. Oh man, how am I frozen? Okay, that's what it is. I'm frozen, my wife says. Okay, so let me just see what's going on. She says I'm frozen on the cable channel. So let me figure that out. What's going on there? Okay. 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 All right. Well, let me just do that and I'll be right back. Okay. All right. So let's let's go again. Let's see what's going on. Mhm. Yes, let's see if we could get that shared again. Let's see. Mhm. Okay, let's try that. Let's see. Let's see how that looks now. Uh, Go figure. See, audio is going through. Why isn't the picture going through? Is the question. Let's figure that out. Hmm. Let me get back off. Hmm. Oh, new tally just came up. The Independent is actually doing very good. She is 110. 110. Kim is, Kim isn't doing as great as you would like to see. Sherlock is, got a bit more going on, but very interesting in that regard. Very interesting. Well, it's working there. It must be something else, but have a look at those numbers just for a minute. Have a look at those numbers. Let's figure out what's going on there. All is well. Okay, so we're back in it, and once again, the numbers are telling. The Independent and Quentin Sherlock, they took 280 votes. 280 votes. Total number in right now is 573. Now, that's going to be low for St. George's. So I don't see him getting across him. There's only another 100 votes out there, if that. Right? There's 1,300. But like I said, we're seeing a voter turnout. We're going to see numbers below 50%. Right? This election, it has been one of apathy. And, people just disenfranchised about the Crown voting system of party politics. People are done with politics. Half of these voters don't care. The other half are overseas. The other, you know what I mean? There's quite an interesting look at what this looks like going forward, because while it plays into the hands of the PLP, okay, because you still have the majority of people who look like me that are still here on the island, and we're not going anywhere. That's that. And we ain't turning this over back to the OBA. That's fait accompli. It's not happening in OBA. Okay? But if this makes people rethink, right? This makes people rethink, right? And if independents were to keep their head and were to be able to create the voice like a Tiffany, Ayana, Janae Painter, and the show. But you got to be more strategic like that. But you could see that there's a huge disenfranchisement, because more than a third of the vote, right, has gone to the OBA, the Independent, and the FDM, right? So Kim is in trouble in St. George's. Definitely in trouble in St. George's, because most of those votes that are being taken from him, that's 200 and something votes, have been taken. 182 votes have been taken from the PLP 19, because Thomas, his in the range of where he usually would be. So the OBA people have stuck with him, right? But just imagine if the OBA would have gotten out of the way. But they're more interested in their own gain and political crown power than they're interested in the people actually having a say. That goes to show you. That's why you look at, who's the spoiler in this whole thing? 99.9.9.9.9% of the time, it's the OBA. They can get out of their own way. They can get out of the people's way. How's that? That's even the more important thing to say. They can't get out of people's way. Their own don't want them, and the people don't really want them. But because they're party against party, that's the reason why they got those votes, right? So when you look at that, so Kim will get through. Nobody's going to get across him. Okay, on that. Uh, like I said, once again, Jamal's going through. Let me go up here, and okay, we know that 98 Vic Ball, and the other one, so that, and of course Rene is going through. But the spoilers for Rene, right, is well, it's only 300 and something votes still cast. She still can open up, but she doesn't have to. But Harry Matthew, he only got 17. Low numbers there, low numbers. 1,200, right? Count still has to be taken in, but 1,200, 340, that doesn't say a lot. That doesn't say a lot. There's a lot of discontentment there, right? A lot of discontentment. You need to have 340 votes casted. A lot of discontentment. Doesn't help the OBA. It doesn't help Harry, right? Excuse me. Excuse me. Doesn't help Harry at all. So from that perspective, it's a bit of a mess, in that area, because you only got 340 out. Now that's still on the second round of counts. So those numbers are going to come up for Rene, right? They're going to come up for Rene, but everybody else is going to pretty much sit right where they are. Not going to change too much. You're into the morning time now. You're into the morning, and that time of day it belongs to the PLP. Okay, that morning vote belongs to the PLP. So you're not going to see that change too much more. Right now, we've pretty much counted. That's 400 for David and Nikki, right? That's 400 for them. So David is at 236. Once again, very low. As much as they're supporting him, they're supporting the PLP. They don't necessarily like this premier, but they're supporting the PLP, right? That's how you get it. The numbers, the popularity of the premier, not at its highest. He will eat this out, right? So Omar is in last place right now, right? I don't think he got across. Let's just check, make sure. Let me check and make sure. See where Omar landed. Yep, he's at 82. Oh, wait a minute. He looks like he might overtake the OBA. Omar looks like he might do away with Nikki. They're tied. So they're battling it out for second. So the chairman of the FDM might beat up on. That'll be 3 lost to the FDM if they hold those positions. Omar's coming on strong. So Nikki, so that'll be 3 seats that the OBA are going to lose traction with FDM knocking them out of the way. They are not necessarily the opposition of the country once you start letting FDM get some traction. Now, if FDM change leadership and somebody who can speak more or less than a less liberal perspective on some things, maybe they stand a chance moving forward. Maybe they do. Remember, they lost from 17 down to 11. So they only have 11, right? They're down from 17 from the last election. So they've lost steam too. Maybe this might empower them, but they are on a slippery sliding slope, just like the OBA, right? They're in a better position, but they're now they're even. Who's going to go away first? Is it going to be the FDM or is it going to be the OBA? Who's going to go away first? That's the question to ask right there. Who is actually going to go away? Is it going to be the OBA the next election? Or is it going to be the FDM? who's going to be able to stick around. I mean, they will, but what's going to be the point in that regard? You know, you want to be a bridesmaid for the next 60 years, everybody growing old. I don't know. That's a bit of a stretch. I don't think people have even the fortitude to last that long. I really don't. I don't see it, but nonetheless, um, it's possible, right? It's all possible. Once again, if you want to join, if you want to say something, you could come on up. The chat is right there. The extension is in the Facebook page, Fresh TV Bermuda. So if you want to come on and say something, if you want to show a face, don't be afraid. Just come on up. Let's talk. Let's have a conversation. Let's talk about how this election process went. My plan didn't go as great as it did, because I can't play my tapes that I wanted to play. I'll do it later when I get all my machine together. We had a real technical meltdown that we're trying to sort out with one of the peoples, which is why I can't do what I wanted to do. So I'm only doing this all out of my laptop right now because I wanted to be a part of this coverage. I thought it was very interesting. And here we go. I'm having fun. Let's see who else is well, there's 39. Once again, the numbers are moving very low, right? The numbers are just, I sort of said we'll probably have, last election it was 55%. So I said we'll probably see below 40%. We probably see about 45% turnout, on the election this year. And once again, I'm pretty spot on that we are there. Linda is still ahead of Crystal. She might be one of the victims. Okay? She might be one of the victims. We haven't gotten to the fullness of it yet, but she might be one of the victims, right? Lawrence is at 200. He's holding on too. Is only by 15 votes though. Only by 15 votes, right? Alexa is Alexa Lipon is very strong. She's basically cleaning up over where Wayne Keynes was from Balco, right? That's all that work that he had put in right there that gets those 300 votes. So there's really, pretty strong, robust turnout there, 629, right? The spoiler up there would be who? Kyle and Wright. So she's pretty much closed out. She's gonna top out. She's pretty much topped out. Oh, I was right. She topped out right there. So she's the winner. Congratulations to her. OBA ran in at 220. Now that was a seat the OBA won one time. You got to remember that seesaw, right? Glenn Smith from the UBP, OBA UBP guy, he won that one time, right? So it's not like a seat that couldn't go either way. But look what took away from more of the OBA, I would say, in this one than the PLP. I would say look at it. It's a mix in there, right? It's a mix. Kyle gets 70. I think he gets his money back. And the young lady, Alicia Young, she done well. 55 votes, right? So that one's closed out. Okay. And congratulations to Alexa. It's amazing how, this is the strength of the party stuff, right? You could come in 2 weeks, have to pitch it, and the party does all the work for you. One time when I could have been a candidate, I knew exactly how that went. They came for me right here, and I was up where Diala Rubani is now, and they asked me to run. This was back in 2003. I was just launching 2003, 2004. I was just launching Fresh TV, and they were like, "Look, just come. We got everything covered." The novice that I was, not thinking about, hey, you don't have to do so much, but you want to really, really participate. And I couldn't see that and run my company, just starting the TV channel. So I actually turned them down. Okay. But I would have been an MP. What sort of MP would I have been up until that point? I couldn't tell you. I was political. I wasn't as astute as I am now. But that's 20 years later. But at the same time, it'd be interesting to see the type of MP I would be, and would I have been a minister and those sorts of things. Because I don't think I still had the heart for the people. So 9 times out of 10, I probably would have got looked over. Inside those type of things. And, in understanding the political field, yeah. So I know what it's like to, the party machine is working for you at that time. And trust and believe, if they say they'll got you, they'll got you. It's like that. So Alexa is the benefactor of the party machine. You know what I mean? That they could have ran anybody in there in the fullness, because the people wanted it. And she's not, I'm not taking nothing away from her, because she's actually a really good candidate in terms of her credentials. Now, will she have the heart for the people to activate on some real serious policy? Will she not just be another pretty face? Who knows? She's definitely a pretty face. Will she put in the work for the people? Will it be outside of the construct of the bourgeois look at politics? Will there be a grass-rooted piece that really speaks to and makes the people feel wanted? Is she able to do that? Will she really connect with the constituents and the Bermuda people as a whole? She had a great resume. Can't get away from that. But will she? This is the question the PLP has asked for everybody, right? When we start going through the people, you start going through and you start saying, okay, just Shay. Well, just Shay, one time feel like it's UBP, family, the location, grandfather, does he truly connect? Came out of banking, right? Banker Butterfield, been in finance and been doing a pretty decent job in terms of the budgeting, financing. That's his forte, right? It's in his wheelhouse. Then you have Brother Leroy Bean, right? Leroy Bean up against Desmond, two activists. Leroy, one time, basically came from the streets, tell you his story, right? Street guy, you know what I mean? Everybody knows him, right? That's why he was the guy that would lead the charge on the gang stuff. He knows people. He knows the streets. He knows the stuff. Desmond, same thing, little different, coming from another end, right? Brother Leroy through drug rehabilitation, church, sort of stuff like that. We know he connects. How, the genuine piece of actually writing policy, we'll see. But he's well known. Curtis, as we go through, right? Start looking at Curtis. No connection whatsoever. Doesn't connect. Ain't done jack work down in the Factorwell area. Ain't done nothing. Maybe he would do more this time around. Because last time he didn't do Jacko over in Fenton's Drive. He didn't do Jacko down on the park side, right? And so he embarrassed the party, right? This is how the party still embraces you, right? I mean, what better example, right, do you have of like how you should stick together when you could fucking do something as dumb as try to fight a leadership fucking post on YouTube, and the Imperial Group come and use that against you. They used it against him. I mean, it's crazy, right? Yeah, it's crazy, right? It's crazy. How do you do that? Right? But that's the party machine. And is that the way you want your community? This is the one that's trouble right here. This is trouble. This spells trouble for Crystal. she might be a victim. She might be a victim. It's 442 out there. That's 1, 2. There's only 10 votes out to the spoiler. There's only about 83 votes out. This is getting tricky for Crystal, but somebody's got to lose. So I believe Crystal is going to be one of those. She's going. She is going. She's not pushing up. Crystal's going. And now let's look at Scott and Mark, right? Because Scott and Mark, let's see where Scotty is, right? So Crystal's going. Gail will hold. Lawrence is still, this is really crazy, but let's have a look at this. Let's have a look. 215, this is holding. Unless they're finishing, that's the count. But 244, that's less than half. That's 40%. That's 1/3. That's 1/3. That's a third of the voter base, right? That's a third right there. If they hold there, and he won off of 215 votes. That's crazy. But it looks like he's going to eke it out. It looks like he's going to eke it out. It's not moving that fast. We have to wait for the updates with Lauren, right? But it's not looking. He can go. It's really close. So we'll see what the OBA has in the pocket. Okay, at 200. Let's see if they had anything in the early morning. And there is Alexa. Now Craig is in the Indy Mystery. Okay, you got through, no problem. Now Anthony's gone. Anthony's gone. Anthony's out. He's done. So Anthony's the second victim. Okay, so Anthony Richardson down in Hamilton South, down in Devil's Hill, 07. Anthony's gone. He's not going to make it. Unfortunately, he'll get a post somewhere. Maybe he'll be a senator. Maybe, you know what I mean. But he's the goner. Somebody had to do it. It's just a matter of where it was going to happen. It's unfortunate, but you know what would he do? And look at it, 293. And Iman didn't play a huge role, but he did get that 60. If he's got those 60 votes, let's see what he ended up with. 57, 92. Still not enough. It's people who didn't come out. It's people who did not come out for that vote. So right now, he's done. He might be a victim. And it's because, and the guy did a lot of work down there, right? Came out of pocket. He's helped a lot of people. He's been on the ground, but it didn't translate to him not going and kissing the babies, right? You know, like being visible throughout the time. So he paid dearly for not being on the doorstep more, even though he's done a lot of work, even though he's made a lot of improvements to the area. For some reason, it didn't translate here. It didn't translate. So we'll see what the update says. But right now, what I have, he looks like he's a goner. And Iman is pulled some people, but still, it will make it closer because even with Iman's votes, he's still at 77, 80. So he's still 20. He's still 18 or so votes short, right, of getting across Robin Tucker. Okay, he's still short getting across. So it's very, very difficult to see right now. But it's a big bridge to cross. Big bridge to cross. Big bridge. Let's go on. So that's 2. So we got Crystal, who is a goner by all accounts. Lawrence is in jeopardy. That would make 3, right? Remember, they got 5 to lose here. Okay, they got 5 to pretty much lose, right? So either they're gonna lose only but 3, Anthony, Crystal, right? Scott, where is Scott? Let's see where Scott is. Owen is done. He's winning that. Lovita also is winning. Low turnout in St. David's. Still low turnout there. OBA Zane is going to win that hands down. Christopher, he's also got low turnout. Does a lot of work. Low turnout. Right? Only 356 voters. Only 356. That was a two-legged race right there. Well, no, three-legged race, but still. Let's just go to that three-legged race. What? Wayne ran as an indie? Dang, I didn't see that coming. That's my cable guy. I just saw your brother the other day. Wayne? Now that is a surprise for me. I never would have seen Wayne running for. He minds his own business too much. Wow, that's a shocker for me. I'm sorry, Wayne. I didn't get that. He got 9 votes though. So the real spoiler there would be nobody really. Just low voter turnout. Low voter turnout right there. That's all that is. Famous does a lot of work. You got it. He's a working Geronimo, right? Tough to get across him, but low voter turnout, right? 356 total. So when you think about that, that says a lot. Once again, we're in some cases, we're only a third of the voter base, less than a third. If that's where it tops out, that's crazy. You know, when we go back in, give a refresh, see where things are at. So we got two. And like I said, I had 5, but I said less than that if, based on the last ads that was put in. Robin 215. Yep. Anthony's coming up. So, and are they on the first count? No, but that's 786. The voter turnout is high. The voter turnout there is high. So they're going at it, but he ain't gonna get too much more than that. That's a whole 60, 70, and he lost by 100. Now this is where the Iman, the Iman numbers. Yeah, see, look, 65. That's where the Iman numbers are kicking him. He would have been up on 180. They would have been in the ballpark. Where those people have voted is the question, right? So Iman became the spoiler for Anthony. He was really nice to him, though. He was really nice to him. I gotta admit. But it's politics. Iman became the spoiler. And you know what the funny part is? They're neighbors. He can look across the field and see Iman. He's gonna look out, and Iman's gonna be the bane of his existence. Morning, neighbor. Jesus, peace. Unbelievable. That is politics, man. Unbelievable. That is politics. So it's very very interesting that Iman's the spoiler here for the PLP. I don't know how many more you got in the gate. It's not too many more, unless the voters really came out and Anthony still got the bottom of the barrel to come. It's going to be a tight race. It's going to be her reason. I won't be surprised. See, but that bottom of the barrel vote is going to Iman right now. That's what's happening. So Anthony would have really done their early work to get those votes in. And also his early voters. Have they been counted yet as well? But this is count 4. So, this is count 4. So, have those early voters been counted? The early box, has that been thrown into the mix yet? As well, right? So we will see her, because it's looking very sketchy. Very sketchy. There's still a big lead at this stage, right? 380 for Robin. 380 for Robin. Yeah. And 315 for Anthony. So looking sketchy for Anthony. We know Crystal looks like she's going. Anthony is on the he is on the receiving end of disappointment at this point in time. But let's see. I've just updated, and let's see what we come back with. See who's at the top. Let's see if anything has changed. Nope, nothing has changed. Renee has run away with the spoon. She's topped out at 44. She's one that Jashay is opening up his lead. He's pretty much one that Paul Wilmot is now going to be an MP. Wilmot Trucking, Wilmot family, down at Bayless Bay, up there in Warwick, mainstay kind of family. Very interesting history, the Wilmots. Very interesting history. Yeah, you know that Peacock says you go up to Bayless Bay to Cricket Field. Yep, Wilmots. Okay, the little shop down that broke down right where Randy Horton stays. That little shop, Wilmots. Yep, the little tuck shop used to be there. Very interesting history. But anyway, congratulations to Paul, who becomes an MP. Interesting. Never would have seen. Been always involved. Seeing him from the Tough Shoes days, hanging out with Devano, early days. Never would have seen him as an MP, but there he is. He pops up. He takes over from David Birch, and I hope he actually, really stays connected, stays grounded, doesn't think that he knows it all, and willing to listen and be a part of, of a lot of the stuff that he would support. Right? They talk a lot of stuff when they're, before they go in. And then when they go in, they change up, become a part of that way of thinking. Like you can't tell them nothing and all that sort of stuff because they're the minister and the this and that and the other. So I hope Paul stays grounded and continues to be the person that he says he is. So Lister going in. Once again, 734 votes in. This one here it's kind of close. Let's see what count they're on. Because 730, there's how many in the area? 1,200, 1,300, about 2,900, just under 1,300. And it's the fourth count. So only 323. That's 30 votes out. That's only 30 votes out right there. So bottom of the barrel, though, 9 times out of 10 it will go to the lister. Okay, bottom of the barrel, morning vote. Okay, go to but Gavin Kennedy has a good showing. Who did he take from? Probably from both. Just by the makeup, probably took from both. But which would have put Lister in a little jeopardy because it's close. There's 30 votes, but you could see where that stood, right? The grassroots people who would know Gavin and stuff like that, leaving the door open for the OBA, right? But nonetheless, good showing. OBA at 293, but it's the fourth count. So, there's, very difficult to come down after that fourth count. So we'll see. Who's next? Jarian, okay, we know that's done. Kim, she isn't going to make it. Levito ran away with the spoon. And Lawrence Scott is not going to be a victim tonight. As I said, the PLP bottom of the bucket, bottom of the barrel opens up, and Lawrence Scott is out of jeopardy. Okay, so Lawrence is going through. Diallo is going through, right? Truncheon Rene Webb. And I'm going to tell you something. I'm as happy as a daisy that woman didn't get through. Straight up. Even though the Diallo has my seat. I should have been in 13. Nonetheless, that one, no. Yeah. No, not good. Not good. Scott is out of jeopardy. Mark has to rethink because this will be his third time now, or fourth time, third or fourth time. He has to do a rethink. Where do they go from here? Where do we go from here? That song kind of plays for the FDM right now. When you lost your chief pot washer and bottle washer, cook is going to the covers again. So Scott, like I said, the bottom of the barrel opens up, and Scott has Donnie and the FDM's leader at this point. So to the east, my brother, to the east. And I know the race is not for the swift, but those who endure to the end, but he gets across the OBA, still got across the OBA, right? And this race is now heating up because Crystal is now coming on strong. So this is the surprising stuff, right, that you got, right, that plays into the hands of the PLP. So, OBA got the early vote out. They're on count 4, but it's a low turnout. So, 5-9. Well, it's not bad, but it's still below. Let's look at the count, right? It's 13. So that's 1,300, right? That's Southampton West Central. Okay, so Crystal is trailing right now, right? Vonet is having a very strong showing, and she's sucking from Crystal. That's what's going on there. Vonet, those two Melanin sisters that's the bane of the existence right there, mate. She is putting the sticks to Crystal right now, that Crystal can, and they're on count 3. So, it's still a ways to go. This area here, we'll see how this pans out. So Crystal still can come on strong. Okay, Crystal still can come on strong. So don't think for a minute that it's a wrap. It's not necessarily a wrap yet. Okay, it's not necessarily a wrap yet. It's still, you got another count to go, and based on the numbers, we might be up in the 800s with this group. So Crystal still is got to look forward to the bottom of the barrel. Okay, so we'll keep an eye on that for sure. Yes, I'm trying to refresh as much as possible because you don't know. So number of seats 1. Okay, so right now, right? See what I'm saying? Look, right now the PLP has got 25 seats. The OBA has 11 of the 36. That's interesting. In this, interesting. No indies, no. So pretty much it seems like it's a wrap. It seems like it's a wrap. Because 11 and 26, I mean, that puts you pretty much, yes, and like one more out there. Nope, it's done. So 11 seats. So it's pretty much done. I mean, it's nothing really more you can really do. The updates are done. Everything's got to be over at this point. It's going on for 12. Yep. The lowest part, right? The numbers are pretty much in. Everybody's pretty much in right now. 675. So it's true. It was 5 seats. 5 seats. Actually 4 seats. Right? Where it actually where it changed. So we said 11. We said 11 and it was 5 altogether. So who were the 5? Let's go through and look at who were the 5. Who were the full victims of this? Well, Tanae won hers. Mishka Fabula lost. Zane won. Owen won. Owen Darrow won. Right? Alexandra won. Curtis. Jamal. Kim. Michael. Jason. Kim. Famous one. Reverend Emily Gail Deal. Dennis Lister, Sr. Van Ferbert. Leroy. Vance beat Shamari Talbot Woolwich. Southampton fell. Yes. With Jason Wade. Who stood in for Jason Wade and lost? Somewhere in Southampton. Right? So Scott hangs on. Diallo. Lawrence hangs on. Because they're at 706. They're at 706. So Lawrence hung on. Lovita hung on. Jarian. Dennis. Paul. Jashay. Renee. Robin. Anthony. Crystal's in trouble. She's eking up. See, she's eking up. Is not, and they haven't closed them out yet. So Anthony is definitely looks like he's going. It doesn't look like he's going to recover from that. I've reset this a couple of times, but I haven't been able to. Let me see if I can reset again. This is very interesting. Very interesting. So David's at 44. Crystal ekes up one more. She's at 291 now and 310. Anthony is at 315. He isn't moving. I'm afraid that's closed. Let me see. Yep, winner. Anthony's gone. So Anthony's out. That was the victim right there. Let's see if Crystal actually is going too. I think Crystal might be going as well. Let's see. Yep, Crystal's going. Everybody's closed right now. Crystal's going. Right? So Anthony's out. Crystal's going. Who were the five? Who were the five that got through? Let's see. Who were the five that got through? Vance, Dwight, he had a good showing, 82. But who were the five? It was something out of Southampton where Jason Wade was. That's Scott. That's Scott. Michael Fahey. Who was there the last time? Got to see. Who was there the last time that let's go back. Let's go back and look to see exactly who lost what, because it's very difficult to see at this level because no mainstays from the PLP actually got taken out, right? Kathy Leanne Simmons, she would have been up in Somerset, but Gail took her position, right? So it's tough to see who actually took a lick in terms of where those 30 seats would have come from. So let's go back and see who's missing from the tail of the taper. That's what we could do. Let's go back and look at that and see if I could find it. Right? Election results. Let's go back to 2020 because this is going to tell us where exactly some people took licks. Okay. All right. So there's Renee. She won last time by 600 some votes. Voters are down, people. Okay. Less than 50% of the people came out. That's a fact. Right? Kim wins by half that much this year. Think about it. Right? Look, 800 came out. Less than half. He won by 200 and something votes. That's ridiculous. What a win's a win. Lavita, again, right? Look at the numbers. Don, Tanae, down by 100 and something votes, from the last time, right? This is all reflection of how the disenfranchisement of the PLP voters are. This is a vote against the PLP by not showing up to vote, okay? They just have had enough. Rain, nobody's topping over 500. Anthony, right here, he beat her by 80 something votes. Look at the tail of the taper. This is what happened, right? Look, that's what happened. Iman played a role, but it's more about the people actually staying away. To be honest, everybody stayed away, right? So when you start looking at the number count, that's what you're looking at, right? People staying away, right? Okay, Curl and Irwin. Well, Irwin didn't run there, but that's the South, right? But that was given to the young man, the swimmer. Okay. Vance is there, fine. He beat out Vic Bull down there. He keeps that. Michael Dunkley and Ernest Peets, Smith's North 10. He wasn't there this time, but he gave that to what's the guy name? The guy, what's his name? King, right? That's Paul King right there, right? That's Paul King, right? So that was that number that kicked in, right? So Paul King, right? So let's go down again. Okay, famous, right? Lindsay, okay, he won that. Diallo and Charles, they battled it out again. Okay, Alexander won that, right? Walter Ruban, that's Irwin. Irwin won that, right? Irwin took that this year. right? So that's Irwin. Michael, uncontested, but took Jason, cool. Jashay, right? Same battle partners. Now this one right here, okay, DeVito, she didn't win that anyway, so it still went to OBA, right? Because she didn't win it the last time. Curtis, he won that, which is fine. He lost to the OBA, right? Jarian won. Linda Smith, right? Now, Tariq Smith, he went back in. He lost to Lawrence the last time. But look at the numbers again, right? Numbers like low. A third. A third. Look at it. That doesn't bode well. These guys got a lot of work to do. A lot of work to do. John Bronson and Warwick North. Who was that? Okay, so that is Warwick North. Okay, cool. I remember that. Warwick North. Warwick North. Okay, that was won by PLP. Warwick North. Okay, Dwayne knocked somebody out. Dwayne knocked somebody out. Okay, so that's where that was. Jason, right. He knocked out Leah. Southampton East. That would have been a lost seat. Crystal, Scott, Jamal. Right. Right. Okay. So the numbers is this would have been a seat. 1, 2, Southampton East Central. 3, where Dwayne is. Northeast and Southampton Central. Northeast, East Central, and Warwick Northeast. East Central and Warwick Northeast. So let's see if we can. Let's look at this. Let's look at this. Celebrations are all out in the street. I'll probably take my phone out and walk out and show you, and get down the road and show you. So right, so Central West, Crystal's going, Anthony's going. That's 2. Hmm. Douglas got in 3. Right. Mishka lost that. That's 4. Okay, so Dwayne took the seat from Jason. Okay, so that's where that other extra seats. Anthony, Crystal, Jason. That's 3. That's 4. Okay. Tanae's hold on. Okay, so this is where that's the tail of the tape right there. Right there. 1. Okay. That's Dwayne gets in and beats the PLP. Numbers, pretty high numbers there. Like I said, the OBA came out strong there, and they beat Jason. And then you had Douglas with Warwick Northeast. Okay, beat the PLP there, got back that seat. PLP didn't win that. Not that. Not that. Not that. Not that. This one here, Pembrokeshire Shuffle, Southwest, Michael Fahey comes back and bangs that, retains that, gets back in. And Vance, well, that was already taken. Paget East, that was never in jeopardy. 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 Paul, never in jeopardy. Jashay. Renee. Anthony. And yeah. And Crystal. Going. Well, you never returned my call either, man. I just called in for you, see? Okay? I put in calls to you and you didn't return my call. But nonetheless, that's how it goes, mate, huh? Now you're going to be willing to talk. That's how it goes. That's how it goes, mate. Uh-huh. Anyway, let me go outside to the street because I'm on the street. And let me go take a walk and see. So it ended up as predicted. I said 5, and it ended up where they lost 5, and it ended up around 11. So definitely called that correctly in terms of the number of seats. So I was pretty much spot on. It could have been less, to be quite honest, but for that save, there's a few spoilers, that turned the tide for people like Anthony and for Crystal. That's where it showed up, where Jashay, Crockle showed up, and that really pinched them right there. So once again, the PLP has retained the government, and the OBA finds themselves boosted back up, but they don't have people there that are going to change any narrative, to be honest. They are a wasted party. They don't connect with they're not connecting with the majority. And until they realize that, and it's tough to do because you got people who just don't really, they're really not, they don't get it. They're not getting it. The ones who defect, they return home, besides Campbell. Campbell could stay where he is. Everybody else return him, besides Campbell. It's like, hey, everybody else, you don't get no candy, but he can have candy. You remember that joke, like in from your neighborhood days? It was like you'll tell everybody else they could get the biggest licks, and you would say, but you don't get licks. And the person's like, hey, what's wrong with me? Why can't I get licks? Yeah, that's how it is with Campbell. It's like everybody else come in besides Campbell. Yeah. Anyway, don't watch me. Don't watch me. I just have fun. Now, so there it is. Let me go and take a walk and see what it's like out in the street. It's very interesting. That's all I can say. It's very interesting. A lot of sour faces, but it's these in the fullness. It's the stay-at-home group. Most people got hurt by the stay-at-home group. If you weren't strong enough and you didn't do your homework throughout the years, that's what you got paid. That's what you paid for, and that's what really did the pinch for that did the pinch for those that lost in the PLP, to be honest. And you just have to look at the numbers and see that the OBA people they were going to bang either way, but overall the numbers were down in a way, in some places the numbers came up, in other places where you ended up at you actually eked across 65. You got to like 60%. You got somewhere in there 60%, right? Other places you got less than that. So very interesting in the way how the voter base actually came out, and who got really boistered up in it. One would have to say it would be the OBA. And then the rest of it would be the votes from that were taken by where you had the strongest showings from the independent, like Kyrie, who actually gave Gail a run for her money. So and ends up being kind of close. So when you think about the actual look, just as I give you the tail of the tape, when you think about it, and you look at what the independents did, and how they actually fared, right? Let's look at Kyrie and Gail, for instance, right? Right, Kyrie 206. Look at the numbers. Kyrie 206, Gail 275. Right, he had the strongest. He looks like he had the strongest independent showing up there in the West. And his brother, his brother had another. Both of the two brothers. It goes to show you their brand is strong in Somerset. A lot of potential there. Brand is strong in Somerset. The two brothers had a good showing, 168 against the low numbers of 346, being pinch hit by the OBA and the other independent and the FDM, right? So these guys actually had a weak showing. But once again, Pembroke South Central, low numbers, less than half, less than just about half the voters. The highest place, Smith South, they came out banging, 800 voters. Wayne Livingston, look, 717. But he look high numbers for him, 400. He's got somebody high numbers for the PLP. Him, Tanay, high numbers, right? Look at it. Wayne got 480, right? Cal, Don in the Homestead, 473. Right? Scott, 372, just about half of the voters came through. Right? So he got half of the voter turnout. Yeah. David Burt, once again, low turnout, but he got more than 2/3 of the vote. About 2/3, just under 2/3 of the vote. Right? And this one, 776, came out. So the numbers went up, but the impact was low. So people were winning off of less than 50%, 40% of the vote. Half of the vote. That's where people were winning. Half of the electorate, a half of a half, which would bring you around 25%. If you think about it, 30%, you're winning. 40%, you're winning. 678. Everybody's in the sixes range. Paul got through, but had very high numbers. Ford's 42. One of the high numbers as a rookie going in. Right? Lister, one with a 323. 700 and something voters turned out though. Higher numbers than the average. Right? So Levita, 441. Thought it was a low count, but look, it came out. But it was only what? 670 voters. Less than half of the electorate. Just less than half. So that's the other thing that we were right on, is that we said we will probably get less than half of the voters. So the empathetic vote that was there, and who came boistering through? Some cases the PLP, some cases the OBA. So yep, The highest number was 800 Don and Smiths. Nobody topped that. So Smiths topped the election. No, sorry. Warwick East actually topped it with Joanne Ball Burgess. They came out in full force and spanked it. Yep. They came out there and spanked it. So 819 voters came out in Warwick Northeast. Nobody else topped that. Nope. That was it. It was the highest number, 817, which got 3/4 of the electric. 2/3 of the electric, sorry. So another 1,200 or so out there. But yep. Yep, excellent. There we go. Well, now they have another platform. You guys, you have to hold them to the fire and be in there, because you can bet I am, and work with the government and make sure they do what they need to do. And if they don't, they get a blast. They're being put on notice, and it starts today, right? No grace period, no 100 days, no nothing. They got to be accountable. They got to do what they got to do. They got to clean up the civil servants. They got to clean up the hiring practices and the nepotism. They got to clean up the blocking of people. You see, you got Eugene Johnson and another lady in there with a case, right? Already settling up. Why does this happen? How does this happen? Right? I'm going to have something smoking too. I'm going to have something too. You bet. I applied for a position, and hey, I want to see how that goes too. Oh yeah. So it's not this is going to be the tail of the tape right here, mate. Huh? If before our people. So let's see how we're going to make this hiring process fair. And we're going to get rid of people that are not doing the job and have a checkered past. Okay. So yeah, it gets turned up. So I'm going to switch over to my phone and going to take a walk outside, because technology is like that now, isn't it? You could do that now. Like you could actually do that. So I'm gonna dial in and see if I can pop in, and I'm gonna take a walk and see how the street feels right now. That's me. There we go. Can I turn it that way? Maybe not. Well, let's go. Let's go on the street side and go for a walk and actually see what's happening on the street. Because UPLP, their headquarters is just down the road from Fresh TV. Here we go. Gone Bears are beaten. I didn't even see the 10 come on. I bet you know who probably did the 10? Imperial Group. Here we go. I'm back. Here we go. Okay, so everybody's falling in. Still a good number. It's not going to be like 1998, but there's a celebration going on. And I'll tell you that. Oh my God! It's actually got. Let me turn it around. Let me turn the camera on. Let me see. Can I turn my camera on?
I need to be able to see the back side, front side. Okay. Here we go. Now you can actually see as I walk down the road. It's a big enough celebration, though. Got it a bit. Now the this is where the guys from the Imperial Group they had their rally last night. No one turned up. No one turned up. But this is the contrast. Gun bears. Not a lot of people, but the party faithful are here. Party faithful are here. Alda? What are you doing on this late, Alda?
Yeah.
What are you doing on this late?
Just have to relax and get involved in the celebration.
Get involved in celebration. Yes. So what do you think you have to move on now for the PLP? What you got to do?
Well, look like I think they're going to try to do something. You know what I mean? What happens is they've got a little younger group, and a couple of these guys I admire how they are, but there's some I'm a little disappointed in. I'm hoping that they get encouraged. But you see how many candidates the other party put up? You understand what I'm saying? That's a lot of people, And if that keeps happening, and they don't act right now, they're going to have some problems. That's how I feel. I mean,
Sure.
when I saw, I looked at all the, I said, wow. Half of them I don't know now, mind you, but you could see that they're young and bright, and I heard them talk. I said, this is amazing. That's a real change in that party over there. So I don't know, man. We're going to be. That's all. You can't play around. You can't play around.
And play around.
No, man. No.
Boogie.
There's a lot of things that I was unhappy about, and I said, well, this whatever happens tonight, I'm going to see what happens. It better be a change, buddy, because you can't go in that direction. There's a little something going on there that I wasn't happy about. And,
well, there you go. There you go.
So
from the outer.
Yeah, man. I'm telling you, man.
Yep.
So that's what I'm here for. I'm hoping I can stay to the results. I thought there'd be announcing something every so often.
Well, it's done. The results are in.
Oh, no,
The results are in, and the PLP has won.
Oh,
One, first of all, they have won.
Uh-huh.
Two, they lost 5 seats.
They lost 5 seats? You know what I mean? No, yeah, man. They better keep that. I'm telling you, don't
So
play around.
the OBA has 11 seats.
You see that? Yeah, man. Close the number.
Yep. Nope. I mean,
What about
we knew they would lose. No independents won. The best independents, the two brothers did the best as independents. They got 168 and 201 votes, somewhere around there.
Okay.
Yeah, the two brothers up in Somerset.
Okay.
Kyrie and Christopher.
Yeah. Okay.
So-
Okay. All right. Okay. That's good.
So yeah,
Yeah, but, they're gonna look at that, man. That is, see what can happen. You know what I mean? Wow.
yeah. So that's all been done.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
Yeah.
So I didn't know that. You know what I mean? And I said, well, I don't know if I'm gonna hang around to see the early results, but I'm glad you let me know about that.
Yeah.
I feel
So they won.
comfortable. I'm hoping that-
25-11.
Right.
So now you know.
Appreciate it, man.
Boogie. Now there you go. So yeah. So once again, TLB, that's the green, that's the Lava family right there. That's the Lava family. You see it, that's the Lava family. They go green and green through and through. That's how they stay. Um, but nonetheless, not a lot of people are party faithful. You know, not as not as much as should be. You did? Waiting for people to come through.
We even upstairs? Either one. Oh.
Well, we get inside the inner sanctum, the green room, talk to the peeps. Inside, you know, everybody's eating right now. You know, everybody's got the vibes on, got the eating going on.
Let's do it again.
I don't know how to do it.
Let me get close. So, up and out. Yeah, I know.
Say hello to Nick. Say hello to Nick. What's up, Nick? Today, what a race for you. Obviously, it opened right up. Tell us a bit about the journey. I mean, you know, it's been some really hairy moments, some really bad PR, but you stood the test. You've come through. Tell us about your journey.
Well, I think it's all about hard work and determination and not being deterred, especially when you want to progress things for the people of Bermuda. So yes, it was very trying. I had to eat much humble pie. But I'm so thankful that, yeah.
Thank you for being here. So you. Every one of you. You voted, you worked, you campaigned, you supported our candidates. It's your victory. But I have to tell you, it's going to be a presentation of staying outside. Not too long from now. Want to be part of that or witness that outside? You have to prepare yourself to go outside for candidates and presidents. All will, in some place, be outside on the stage. Now, if you want to witness that, I'm going to get up, go outside now.
Miss Hicks, salam, say salam, peace, give thanks. The Grayson, what's going on? What's going on? How has been this election process for you, Zane? How has it been?
It's been beautiful. It was hard work. You guys had to work hard. This victory, I'll leave you with this note. This victory is bigger than the victory in 2020.
Why is that?
How many candidates did we have?
36.
What was all the noise? 25 seats. 25 seats.
Well, it's predicted though. It's predicted you'll lose.
No.
You'll lose 25.
It was okay.
Yeah.
But a lot of people can go sleep now. Trying to break this part.
Who else? The big list. What's going on? Well, give thanks first. Perhaps you came through. Tell us about the journey. Tell us about the journey, perhaps. What was it like for you this year?
Hey, great, man. The idea of having the parents, of course, and the victory was sweet. This is my last time. I put my head in the ring, and God has blessed me. I hope for the next few years I'm there. I'm able to put more into Hampton Parish and do things I know some of my constituents like yourself wants to get done.
Right. I mean, looking at the journey in terms of looking at the numbers and what was even out there at the time.
The numbers, I'm numbers. The numbers have been great. 25-11. I was a little surprised on a few numbers, but hey, they pulled through. Our team worked. It's been tough, man.
Probably more than it still worked out to be just almost about 50% of the voters, just under 50% of the voters actually came out. There you go. And outside?
Go outside. Look at us, but catch up on me.
Okay. Well, here you go. We're still just trying to get some words, just trying to kind of feel how the guys go. Let's go and talk with Gail over here. Gail, what's going on, Gail? Listen, up there, that young Kyrie came back a second time.
Oh, yes,
and I mean, how was it out there for you?
It was fine. I love seeing the young people get involved. Cyree is one of my former students. So,
and he's one of your former students.
Yes.
Oh my God! So
yes.
standing beside you must have had great conversation standing in the line.
Definitely. We've done this is our second time to do it together. So we have a little rhythm going on about how long we have to stand there. But yeah, it was wonderful. And I'm thankful to the people of C36 for placing their confidence in me. I'm humbled by the opportunity to serve them.
How do you think your contribution is really going to take hold this time around, knowing the type of dissension that people have for the PLP and not totally being happy with their governance? What are you bringing to the table to really say you're going to put your mark on something? What's your wheelhouse today?
I really believe that my ability to effectively negotiate, identify problems, find creative solutions, bring people together will be meaningful. I've already seen great progress in the last couple of months, and I'm just excited about,
But
now
you've been
that
an
I know.
arts person. You've been an arts person. You've been there. So are you, where are you going to play that role? Because the arts is still really underrepresented
You're correct.
within it.
You're correct. That's my greatest passion is the arts.
So where are you going to land in that? I mean, what are you going to bring to the table with that?
Oh, I have some great ideas, but in time. I have some great ideas that I intend to put forward, and I think the Dockyard is a wonderful place. We have so many people that come in to that port on a daily basis, and we have the opportunity to create something that doesn't exist anywhere else in the world. I just believe that the future is very, very bright, and I look forward to all that Bermuda will have to offer.
All right.
Okay.
So we're looking for you in the arts for sure.
Oh, definitely.
Right?
Definitely.
Need that voice.
Definitely.
All right, Dan. All right,
Okay.
Dan. Welcome back.
Thanks a lot.
And talk to you again. There you go. Once again, figuring out what is in people's wheelhouse. You know what I mean? Like, how are people really trying to manage the expectations of like what's not been said and how people are actually going to make a difference, right? Like, in the great wheel, like when you got people who have specific talents and who have made great impacts on their careers, right? How they've made those impacts. So you gotta admit, it's one of those things that people really have to dig in on, right? You can't just say you're going to be a cog in the wheel. If you got some real skill sets, you're going to have to really jump in and show, and the party is going to have to listen to that and put you to work. You just can't be sitting in the backbench anymore and saying, hey, you're a backbencher. There's loads of work to be done. Loads of work, And once again, you got all these people who are out the door. What's that? The green room?
I'll show you, but I don't know.
That's the green room. The green room that says, "Need more energy." Who's there? Who's there? Yeah. All right. Gee, I'm good. Okay, I'll just go. I'm gonna be good, sir. I'm hanging out too late. They ain't got nobody else thinking about doing traffic control. You got Kevin right there.
I know. I'm
doing traffic control.
But people are not moving.
I'm just seeing if the jacket
They
on.
will move.
Straight up. I ain't ready to go yet. I'm trying to get my little ride
Thank
here.
you very much.
A result that's looking beautiful. A result that's expected.
Candidates are inside.
All right, everyone's outside. Let me go.
That's everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the Bermuda Progressive Labour Party incoming government to continue its mission of taking us forward in 2025 for the next 5 years in the most beautiful country on the planet, Bermuda! Please, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, put your hands together in welcoming with the most warm appreciation the best family of Bermuda, the Honorable Premier E. David Burke.
How you doing, Brian? Thanks.
Moving forward.
Thanks.
Please give a warm round of applause and appreciation for the of the retired members of Parliament and ministers, the Deputy Premier, the Honorable Walter Robert. Right there. Who spent his last day in office yesterday, the Honorable Lieutenant Colonel Minister of Public Works, Constituency 1, PLP member and incumbent elected member of parliament, Constituency 2, Kim Paul. Constituency 3, Maggie Fogo. Minister today. Constituency 5, a new member of parliament. Constituency 6, the incomparable member of parliament and long-serving MP, Wayne Rivers. Constituency 7, a hard-working former MP, Anthony Richardson. One of the hardest working administrators behind the scene of the Bermuda Progressive Labor Party, who you may not see very often, but does government work for this party, Constituency 9, one of the newest young political superstars. The chairman of the Young Progressive, the new wing of the Bermuda Progressive Labor Party from Constituency 9, Shamara Woolridge. Constituency 10, one of the hardest working senators on the island, Lindsay Simmons. And one of the most astute politicians who has always been underestimated but has always delivered, one of the most hard-working parochial MPs that the Bermuda Progressive Labor Party has re-elected, is Mr. Chris Bell. Newcomer to politics, but one who is committed to the task. Please welcome from Constituency 12, Andre Faber. And of course, for my former constituency, my junior minister when I was active, the one, the only, the come from behind victory of Mr. Diallo-Robe from Constituency 13. The new, bright, most incomparable female of the Bermuda Progressive Labor Party incoming government. Please welcome the one, the only, from Constituency 14, Alexa. From Constituency 15, the gentleman who has made a difference in culture, maintaining his commitment to awarding grants to non-profit organizations and charities so that they can do what they need to do to keep the real culture alive. The one, the only, Minister Owen Garrow from Constituency 15. The most loved MP, the most humble MP, a hard-working MP who is definitely not lazy. Please welcome from Constituency 16, Michael Reed. Constituency for number 17, who the Premier has entrusted to maintain fiscal prudence so that your tax dollars are allocated in the way that they deserve to be deserved due. The Minister of Economy and Labor, the one, the only from Constituency 17, Jason. the constituency from my residence of constituency 19, the compound behind Victor, the one incomparable only person that you want to have in your corner, whether the chips are up or down, a most humble MP on Team PLP from constituency 19. Just share! From constituency 20, the most sincere single mother of five. The one who she's not single. She is married, of course. For mistaken, I do apologize. Happily married again. The one lady, Alicia Musser. I do apologize to you, Alicia.
Thank you, our husband.
And from the constituency 22, someone you may not know works as hard as she does for the Bermuda Progressive Labour Party from behind the scenes. This lady is a yeoman when it comes to commitment. Please welcome. Okay, 21, I missed 21. And this gentleman is an incredible financier, one who is committed to the Bermuda Progressive Labour Party, one who will do for this country what needs to be done as a part of a team that you have supported tonight. The one, the only from constituency 21, Colonel Dickinson! I told him to go out to do me. It's from constituency 22. The lady I was previously mentioned is one of the hardest working yeoman ladies in the Bermuda Progressive Labour Party behind the scenes. Please welcome from 22, ladies and gentlemen, J. Dawn Simmons. And one of the brightest international contributors to this country as an attorney and a qualified attorney general now, having proven herself in a very short period of time, the one, the only MP was really looking forward to defeating. But she will be a MP in the future. There's no doubt about that. Please welcome Attorney General Kim Wilson.
Boys, muffin up
I
in
want
here.
to be an MP so much. I will take it.
That boy's muffin.
And here's one of the most impressive ladies in the level of integrity is unsurpassed. Someone who is going to be serving the Bermuda Progressive Labour Party for, 24, I'm sorry. Lauren Scott, a hard-working entrepreneur. Please welcome to the stage from constituency 24, the incumbent Lauren Scott.
You gotta double check.
From constituency 25, as I mentioned, one of the most impressive young person entering into the political arena. Please welcome Joanne Ball Bridger. From constituency 26, incumbent MP, much loved in his constituency. Please welcome Mr. Neville Tyrrell. And the MP just newly elected, replacing Colonel David Birch from constituency 27, Paul Wilmer. And the company behind Maestro, who may have had some burden that he would get it off, but he did in fine style. Please welcome from constituency 28, the incomparable chairman of the Road Safety Council, Mr. Dennis Cisco. The Energizer Bunny that keeps going and going and going in constituency 29. You all know him, you all love him. Please welcome MP Zane B. Silva. And from constituency 30, one of the brightest IT professionals on the rock. Please welcome Michelle Butler. The PLP team also consists of former MP who is well loved. Please welcome from constituency 31, Crystal Caesar. And the come from behind maestro, like a long shot thoroughbred horse, it is none other than Mr. Simmons is not here. Let's still give a warm roll of applause and appreciation for Scott Simmons from constituency 32. Who is here is a hard-working MP that works all year round in his constituency, none other than the incomparable Jamal Simmons from constituency 33. And please welcome long-standing super health minister from constituency 34 who will oversee healthcare reform if she is reappointed as the health minister. Miss Kim Wilson from constituency 34. And the Speaker of the House, the longest serving Assembly, Mr. Dennis Mister. And last but not least, the Reverend Emily Gail Gill from constituency 34. Please now welcome. Please welcome from constituency 18, the leader, the premier, who will take this country forward in the next 5 years until there is a decision that he holds to retire in 2026. I don't know about you, but I wish you had a weekend. But that's not going to happen because guess what? He has a family that you saw introduced first and foremost on the stage. So he will only serve for the next 18 months. Please welcome our leader, our premier, the Honorable E. David Hurt, JPMP. So you know that on election night we celebrate, but we must give a speech to the country. And so I would say, hey, check my date right there. So tonight, whether you are here with us on Court Street, watching at home, or listening on the radio, we stand together as one country. This victory tonight is not about one leader or one party. It is about all of us and the future that the people of Bermuda have made clear that they want to build together. And so elections are decisions. Change the mic. Hey, I'm talking into it too close. Elections are a moment of decision. Moments where we reflect on the past and chart the course of the years ahead. And tonight, this progressive Labor Party with 25 seats, more than the landslide of 2017. Bermudians have chosen progress. Bermudians have chosen fairness, and Bermudians have chosen a PLP government that will deliver for you. All the way. You have chosen a government that will continue to put Bermudians first, a government that will listen and lead and work every day. But let me be clear. One of the things I say all the time, hi Roxy. Well, tonight is a night of celebration. Tomorrow, the work continues. And that work is not just for those who supported us, but for every Bermudian, because as we pledge in our election campaign, we will govern for all. And so we hear you when you say the cost of living is too high. Yeah, say it again. It's too high. Absolutely. We hear you when you say healthcare is too expensive. We hear you when you say that we need to make sure that we get education reform right, protect our teachers, and give them the resources that they require. And we hear you when we say that our seniors, our cherished seniors of this country, need more assistance, and the sandwich generation needs more support. Trust me, family, we hear you. And we will go to work every day as the government that you elected us to do. And so to our incredible candidates, all of you here on stage, whether or not you were first elected in 1989 or first elected in 2025, whether you have won or lost, thank you on behalf of our members for your dedication, hard work, getting on the doorstep to represent the Progressive Labor Party. Can I have one round of applause for our amazing candidates? To all of you over there who are inside, our executive members, our committee members, our regular members, our supporters, our volunteers, all of those who gave their time and energy to this campaign, we could not have done it without you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you from all of us here on stage for all of your work. Thank you. And to my wife, Kristen, to my daughter, Mia, and to my son, Ed, who have had to endure so much during this election. And just so I'm clear, it's not just me, because they talk a lot of trash about every single one of our candidates. But to you, family, I want to say thank you for supporting me. And in 18 months, me and Ed, you can get that doggy that you want. So as I close, and I know that my mother is at home, my father is here, my sister is here as well, I want to say thank you as well. And to the PLP family, remember, welcome, Scott Simmons. Yes, come from behind, Scott Simmons. You had us with a little scare there. You had us with a little scare there, Scott. Welcome, and Angie Richardson is here too. Thank you, Anthony. So to the PLP family, this is not the end. It is a new beginning. The people have placed their trust in us again. Again. For 3 times in a row. 3 times in a row. And we must honor that trust by working harder than ever before. To the people of Bermuda, thank you. Yes, you, I see you. To the people of Bermuda, thank you. Your belief in our vision and all of your voices and your votes, because they talk about things in this election. There is one thing that matters. The Progressive Labor Party has won an election with 25 seats. But we must recognize that it is important to govern with humility, govern with integrity, and govern with a firm commitment for building a Bermuda that works for everyone. So tonight, we celebrate again. But tomorrow, this team behind you will get back to work, and together we will build a Bermuda that is fairer, more affordable, more prosperous for every one of you. Thank you, Bermuda. Have a wonderful evening. God bless all of you, and thank you for supporting the Progressive Labor Party.
From your work up this morning, you know it all. Correct the
PLP all the way. PLP all the way.
Life is so good. Life is so good.
Just a look, I can't stop it. I am sorry to wait, but that's the ways. No skeleton from my heart to
It's the rap. Everybody say it. Hey, people. Oh, my. Scotty. Scotty. Yeah, but Scott, yes, sir. Listen, I was calling it. I saw him off, got onto the early stage.
Without question.
But I did tell him that
No, that's based on respect now. That's based on respect. The former leader of our party formed a new party. It was a big, bold move he done several years ago. It is bold. It was creative, progressive. It changed the landscape of politics in Bermuda. And what I'm proud of is the fact that what he did for Bermuda, not just for the Bermuda Progressive Labor Party, but also for the country itself, has to be applauded. And this leader has served Bermuda well and has done a good job in what he is doing. But I just want to say this, that he had a strategy, I had a strategy. My strategy was to bring voters out early in the morning, making sure that everybody was out. And he had a strong Yes, and saw him bringing his photos out after the noonday and that sort of thing. So I knew that if I could manage to balance out with him, this is the strategies of politics. That you balance out by making sure my voters are consistent, having a strong in the morning and then home. And so you keep the numbers close, and then you finish up by the end of the day. And so even though you're behind in the first count, maybe even the second count, you then make up your difference, and then you bring it home in the very end, and you're the guy that actually breaks the tape. But I just want to pay tribute today to a leader who served Bermuda, who did very well, and a lot of respect to him for what he's done for this party, and what he's also done for Bermuda, and then what he's done to reshape politics in Bermuda. And I just want to wish him well, and everything comes, every future endeavor that he has, knowing full well he has the admiration of many, many of us. Rather not be like him or love him. He's a good man. I appreciate it.
Well, good on you. And of course, like you said, just looking at the numbers, you did say, hey, this is going to be a race. And it ended up being look how it turned out. Man, you know the politics, any strategy. Get out early, you see the top end of the tape, and so whatever tails out, you know it's coming on.
That's right.
You don't see it happen at 1 o'clock, you gotta watch the replay too.
Once the clip comes through, you know it's going to be. So it's been wonderful. 2025 certainly important, and this is a beautiful day. So I think our party has a responsibility. The mandate for the people of Bermuda is clear. They've said, go to work for us, and we will reward you. If you don't work for us, I do believe that this will be the very last that we will see Bermuda electing members of Bermuda. We're doing it. President, how you doing? It's good to see you. It's always good to see you fresh. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much. Indeed. We'll try and get you. Gonna try and get to the Premier. All right. What the hell? What are you doing now? What are you doing? I know. What's he doing now?
I'm making sure I take care of the system.
Well,
nice to see you, brother. Let me get my daughter back here.
I ain't got a video on this. This video. I'm on live. This is live. What? It's live. This is live. Let's go to all right. That's it. 25. Right to the left.
That's good. Hey, what's up, Amor? You all right, man? Yo, yes, I am, man. Absolutely. That was my prediction, right? I predicted 23 to 25.
That was my prediction. I did 5.
Anyway,
I did 5 straight off.
You did?
Yep.
Okay.
I did 5 straight off. I did when the
I predicted this last week.
No, I predicted I predicted it beforehand.
Cool.
I called 5.
All right, okay.
But I did say when those guys came in, the Imperial came here.
Right.
And they started to shake up. I said, well, we'll see what can happen there.
Right.
Because I said, well, 7 could be on the horizon, it depends.
Right.
But then when I saw what they did yesterday, I said, no, I'm sticking with my 5. Then they picked a team.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Then they picked a team. I mean, it really shot them.
Oh, yeah.
Really shot them. How did you look at this 5 good, Chris? I mean, when you picked your 5, what was your reasoning behind losing that 5?
Remember now, the PRP was actually almost gifted 5 or 6 seats in the last election. I mean, you think about it, right? If you look at seat number 7, seat number 9, even Crystal seat number 31 and 30, and even 19, but to show how long to heels. Right? There's been 16. There's been 16 they took from us, right?
That's right.
Then we took from them.
That's right. There's a UBP.
Then they took 5 of them back, so we kept one. For trade off, they didn't bid anything, you know.
Yeah. No,
they took back what was theirs.
Yep.
So
I
think the government should feel quite confident that all the LBA deal was took back 5 seats that they lost in 2020 when they're supposed to stay here.
And they were heavy UBP seats.
And they were. Absolutely.
Heavy.
Yeah.
Now, go on, Chris.
Absolutely.
Always pleasure.
Yeah.
Give thanks. Let me go in and get inside.
And just the last thing before I go ahead. Excuse me. Where you heading out?
Yeah, I gotta go.
All right. Oh boy. Thank you. That's nice, man. All right. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Just say you hung on to one of the long-standing UBPCs that you took. And you know, as much as that fell this year, you managed to hang on to a UBP strong. Yes. How did you do it? What was the doorstep like, and how did you do that?
I mean, it's about being grassroots. I mean, there's no marketing scheme, there's no plan or anything that replaces one-on-one connection with the people. You understand what I'm saying? At its core base, being an MP suggests or means that I'm a representative of a constituent of people. And so the only way to be the best representative I can is to actually talk, engage, hear their concerns, hear things that are going well, hear things that their vision for the future. And it's incumbent, or I encourage them, or I am encouraged by them in trusting in me to fulfill that execution.
What are you going to do differently or more or less of in terms of changing why the seats went away and why the dissension that the people are feeling, just overall apathetic about the PLP and the action? What are you seeing is the turning tide that you feel you're going to make a difference in?
So I think there's twofold. I mean, I think it's a mixed bag. I don't think it's correct to assume that everyone is unhappy and everyone is doom and gloom. You know, I assure you, I knock on doors, and our seniors are happy to have a pension increase. I go and I talk and knock on doors, and workers are happy to know about a payroll tax reduction, or young people who are happy that they now own homes as a result of the mortgage guarantee program, who would not have otherwise.
Right.
But I'm under no illusion as well that the cost of living is hard, and our seniors need better assistance, and we need more affordable housing and things of that nature. So whilst we recognize that progress is being made, I assure you that we are well aware that more can be done, and it will be done. So in terms of what we plan on doing, I think it's execution. I think the foundation has been set over the last 2 to 3 years, and now there's an expectation for us to deliver for the people to see some tangible benefits of what we're talking about. So if we're talking about growth in the economy, if we're talking about a budget surplus, if we're talking about those things, the people now want to feel it. And so what I'm saying is the foundation has been set, and this year or this term will be focused on actually ensuring that the people now feel that success as well.
What about Blackonomics? I mean, what really about the melanin people who have been disenfranchised, right? Which is the base of how you guys really win the elections, right? There's no doubt about it. It's not like we got a whole bunch of Caucasians out there just making you win an election. It's still a massive base, right, of the electorate and the economic growth. How are you feeling? Because y'all big financial guys. Yeah. How are you looking at tackling the growth in the economy as opposed to the austerity movements that are really there right now?
So recognizing, and I appreciate what you're talking about in terms of our base supporters. How's it going, man? Good seeing you. Yes. I recognize what you were referring to in terms of our base supporters, but let me speak personally first. It's important that we recognize that in constituency 19, I'm a representative of a very diverse crowd.
I get that piece.
And so I assure you that it wasn't just PLP traditional base.
No, not where you are.
Correct. So I just want that caveat.
No, I said UBP. You're right. UBP.
You understood.
What's all national?
Understood. So I think what we have to do is focus on providing relief to those who need it the most, right? Those who need it the most, if the focus is providing relief, providing tangible relief for those people, it's no longer talk now. It's no longer spreadsheets and graphs and things of that nature. It's about individuals who are struggling to pay for groceries, struggling for medication, struggling to meet their rental, monthly rental obligations. It's about providing relief for those individuals so that we are making it fair and better for us all.
Okay, we're gonna do a sit down and drill into this more. This is not the time,
Listen,
but thank you for the time that you have given.
and you know I'm ready for the conversation anytime. Anytime.
And of course, your is it your wife?
Or my fiance.
Your fiance.
Yes, thank you.
Now you got two of you in the. I mean,
Yeah.
my God. I mean, young family.
Yes.
Wife. No, wife to be. Now into politics.
Yeah.
Well, she's been into politics.
She's been behind the scenes.
But
So yeah.
now she's an MP.
She's the MP. So Friday nights are going to be very interesting.
And I guess bedroom talk is going to change too.
Well, truthfully, she's been political behind the scenes.
Yeah,
so,
well, of course.
So politics has been the bedroom talk even back then as well. But I'm super proud of her. First time MP, and she is. I am absolutely confident that she will do well.
Well, give thanks. Thanks for the time.
Thank you.
And congrats. All right. Oh man, so there you go again. Let me see, where's the bug before I get out of here? Where's the invitation? Hello, Ted.
All right.
That's focusing. My bad. You're gonna have your husband back in 18 months. Is this true?
He said it's true.
Miss Bird says that it's true. She's gonna take him at his word. But what about this whole thing? Like, if the need is there, why should there be a time on it? The need is there, Miss Bird.
So this timing is timing that he has given.
Yes,
So
yes.
I am accepting it. I am not placed a limit on his service. And if he reevaluates, then we will discuss that. But it's really his timing.
18 months is gonna literally fly by. You guys are gonna be all to some, I guess, what, you're gonna take a year off and enjoy each other.
I don't know. He's going to have to tell me what he's going to do. Am I retired for a year? What's that going to look like? We'll see. We shall see.
Thank you, Miss Bird. Oh boy. Good night. Anyway, there you go. 18 months, though. 18 months is really, where's the boy to? 18 months. Can you imagine? I can't imagine in 18 months. Oh, Enox. Congratulations.
So my daddy, of course.
I haven't seen him. Here. Come on over. Let's talk. Congratulations on your win.
Yeah.
Obviously first time, and tell me a bit about it. How's the journey? It was short.
Yeah.
Sweet for you.
It was a short sprint to the end, but it was really about my. Pardon? Oh. Thank you. I'm sorry. I think, yeah. I am informed. My work is informed by my constituents. They have told me what they like to see, how to best represent them, and that's what I'm doing every day. That's what I will be doing from here on in to best represent them. I'm just a servant for their wishes.
How did you feel? I mean, obviously you didn't have a lot of time, but the time that you do have, and looking at the status of the party as a whole, how did you feel in terms of what you're bringing, in your wheelhouse? You know what I mean? Like, what do you where do you really feel you're going to make the biggest impact?
I think that I bring a passion, I bring youth, and I am committed to finding solutions to better serve those in my community. I am one that will continue to find the truth of situations and uncover them until we are able to get at the root cause, to be able to implement change. That's how you are able to create sustainable systems. So I'm looking
Are you a big policy person? Is like you know, is there one thing on your plate that you say, you know what, Alexa is gonna really be able to bring this to the table?
I'm passionate about an array of things, but I am open to opportunities to challenge myself, and the skill set that is, you know, inquiry as well as investigation to be able to inform new policies is the same principle that will be applied irrespective of the industry that is specifically being looked at the time.
Well, thanks a lot. I told you, say, you know, you guys are, now you got two of you that are MPs. He said Friday nights are going to be very interesting.
Yes, Fridays and Wednesdays, yes. Make it work.
And make it work. So yes, and of course, increasing the family as you grow. Anyway, it's good to see you. And yeah, you too. Congrats. All right, you too. Well, there you go. A newbie just jumped in based on the work that was done. She gets to win and come through. We're just trying to just knock them down a bit before we go. I'm gonna leave in a few. I'm not gonna hang around too much more because I need to eat myself.
And then we're gonna get like me a moment.
I can't eat that. I can't eat that. Yes, babe. Let me see what David. One more. Yeah. If thanks, beloved, be with you. That's it. Thank you, brother. Good run.
Thank you.
Good run. Good run. Good run. So you're here with Joanne. Joanne, what was the journey like for you?
The journey was a labor of love and a walk of faith and a learning experience, and I am so happy for the experience. I did not win my seat, but we won the election. So
Well, it's
one,
a team effort.
it's a team effort, and I'm so proud of my team. I'm so proud that no matter, like I said, no matter which way the election went, I'm still here to serve. I'm still here to work, and then we're gonna get to it. We're celebrating now, and we're gonna get back to work.
And I hope they put you to work.
That's it.
That's my girl. The arts, the arts. Get to those arts. All right, Joanne. Good to see you. All right. All right, then. Let me see if I can get downstairs and get to the cut. See what's going on. Salam Ted. Got Rini here from St. Joe. Oh boy. Well, how did it go? Obviously, you got a pretty decent turnout down there. You got a pretty decent turnout. I was actually surprised turnout. Got that 24 out.
Decent election. I'm pleased. Obviously, I'm pleased with the outcome, and now the work begins.
What happens different for you now? Like, what's the difference now? You know, they say what a difference a day makes, but you know, what's the real difference?
I find that more what people mandate. My constituents have been extremely honest sharing how they feel on certain things and what expectations they need to have of people going forward. So I'll begin with the accessibility that for the next kind of laying out what my strategy looks like and address this.
In by way of what we're doing now in terms of dealing with the negative side of how people are feeling for this election, and now coming, how have you dealt with, you know, looking at the moral upliftment of the way how people feel?
I don't actually get one of them the negativity side of it. I don't add my voice to anything. That's actually not what my people want, and they express that strongly to me. So you will see me getting caught up in all that. And I do believe that now is the time for us to regenerate ourselves and try and bring that positivity, not just to us as our party, but to our country as a whole. So we have some work to do in terms of positivity, creation, collaboration, and what do leaders? So we need to start making sure we do it.
Well, we'll be looking forward. Thanks a lot for the quick word, and obviously people once again have spoken, you know, in a way that is far more lenient than it possibly could have been. So still shows that the base is still there, ready to work. And now I guess it's up for you guys to say, hey, we're gonna actually do what's in that book. and activate. Right? And activate. So thanks a lot, Reedy. Have a good one. Safe journey. You see you there. Pretty good. Let me see if I can find it. We'll see.
It's a great day. Yeah.
Hey. Salam. Are you? Hey, Raj. What's going on? Good, thanks. Hey, how you doing?
Yes. Hey, my contact.
Salam alaikum, okay? Hey, Dad, sister. Dave. Dave. As we move. Young Dorm.
Made it happen again.
Young Dorm, yeah.
More work to do, so it's never stopping. You know what I mean? So look forward to it. We are as well.
This young is David. Quick.
Hello, my name is David Burns.
Quick. Dave, another victory tonight. Awesome victory for the PLP. Obviously, losing those seats that really were strongholds of the UBP, of the old UBP, sort of almost like balances back out. But how do you, overall, looking at this victory, how do you really summarize?
It's very simple. In 2017, we printed shirts that said landslide. We won 24 seats. We won 25 tonight. The fact is that it is a humbling victory. It is amazing to be the first Progressive Labour Party leader to lead its party to 3 election victories. But this victory is not mine. It is for all the candidates who worked incredibly hard. It is for the people. It is for stalwarts like Walter Robin, who have been here, who brought me into the party, who have done all of the work, which has gotten us here. And we're just humbled by it. And now we need to accept the result, move forward with the spirit of humility, and make sure that we deliver on the platform of which we put forward. That is it. Thank you, sir. Much appreciated.
Yeah, you were, Walter, on your way out, but not out of the party, obviously. But the decision to actually leave your position. Were you just done with politics like that, or?
Absolutely not. I decided to transition so that the next generation of the party can take charge, fulfill responsibility, and fulfill the vision. It's the same thing that was done for me 30 years ago, and I decided to duplicate the same process to allow the next generation to have a spot, to know that they have opportunities, to know that they can aspire in the party to higher positions that can help drive the party to be relevant to the next generation. So that was my choice to do, and I don't regret it, because there's bright new young people. Some were elected tonight who are ready and are leading this party right now.
That says a lot. Not too many people, that's been a part of, I guess, historically what people would say, right? Everybody's just hanging on until the end of time and the endings, until they go crawling out of the house, and you decide to make that conscious effort because it was done for you. So that's very interesting. So what you've done was done for thee, you did for me, sort of thing. That's commendable. I can't lie.
Thank you.
That's commendable.
And the party's open to young people. Many young people got involved with this election, either as workers, even for other groups such as independents. I would call and let them know that the party is open to you as a Bermudian, a young Bermudian who's interested in the direction of your country. The PLP is open to you, as it was open for me as a young person many years ago, to shape the party, to shape ideas, to shape policies, and to shape Bermuda.
There you go. Thank you very much, Walter. And obviously going out on a very high note because the baton was passed over to Owen Darrell, and of course he did it proud as well. So still strong.
Thank you. I'm very congratulatory to Owen. He has taken over in C15, and I know he'll do the job that the residents and constituents require. He is a hard worker, and he will do well in representing those constituents. And many of the new young candidates who came on tonight under the PLP banner will also do well.
You know, looking at where the PLP has been, you've been one of the people who was there, 30 years. And seeing the journey of the PLP, going from the first ever victory in 1998, losing in 2012, regaining a government in 2016 to 17, and then coming to a landslide victories. When you think about what the disenchantment is in certain places of the community about what's happening with the PLP, and seeing where we are, what is it going to? What do you see is the turning tide to change what the people have been feeling about the PLP, even though not as reflective, still willing to support, but still not having that high energy?
I would say I am humbled by the victory tonight. It was hard fought, but I am also honored that the voting public has given the PLP another opportunity to fulfill what they desire. They clearly have confidence that we are the party with the experience, with the talent, and the vision to do it. We presented them with a plan. They endorsed that plan. And we will go back to the public now that we've been given the mandate and talk to them and dialogue with them more about how they feel about issues, how they feel that the party can do better for them. And we will move forward understanding what they require of us. That will be part of the task. And the leader has already stated that he will reach out. The party will reach out to those who during this election showed that they had issues that they thought that the PLP may not have been addressing to their satisfaction. We will reach out so that we can get their ideas and it can be part of the larger Bermudian conversation that is required to move the country forward.
What do you think about David leaving in 18 months? I mean, not completing a full term. I mean, is that something that, leaders should really do when, leave in the half spoke, so to speak? Is that something you feel serves the country well? It serves the party well? With such an odd space of 18 months, what do you feel about that?
The party will transition. The leadership that David is providing, he will work with other members to ensure that the transition to new leadership will go smoothly. I don't doubt that. It's not the first time that the PLP has had to transition from leadership within mid-range. And it has never been a detriment to us because we have processes to handle transition. And we will transition. I'm also leaving now. And there will be a new deputy leader at some point. That's not going to be a problem for the party. But I'm proud that I am contributing. I will continue to contribute to the PLP and to my country in other ways, even as new leadership begins to emerge after myself and after David Burke.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to speak with you and your watchers and listeners. Thank you very much.
Give thanks. There you go. You heard it. The street has all cleared. We're all but going to walk back to Fresh. And I'm going to bed and get out of it. Beloved, give thanks. Hey, we're going to talk this week. I didn't even see him, but the fact of the matter is, these street clears really quickly. The energy is there. The people still are willing to stick with the PLP. And, once again, it's really about also just not going back. And the seats that went on, those were basically all UBP strongholds. When we say UBP strongholds, meaning just like Josh Shea, right? Josh Shea basically has a seat, which is a very mixed bag of nuts, right? That they hung on to, right? Very mixed bag of nuts. But who is actually coming out with the numbers so low? This is the piece that you really, really, really have to examine. Who's coming out? Who's really paying attention to the voters? And what is that demographic for real? Because that's the piece right there that really tells the tale of the tape. So those 5 seats that were lost and went down, those are seats that basically belong to the UBP, OBA, right? And in the landslide, they lost them. So all they did was gather back the seats and claw them back, right? And you could see where the numbers laid, because up in Southampton, 800, somewhere around there. So the numbers were high, right? In that space. So it's very interesting when you start looking at demographics and who is really voting. And like they said, 2024, in 17 at 24 seats, in 2017, 16, right? And it's been really the same numbers, so to speak, same numbers, same sort of time that they managed to actually repeat, right? And hanging on to one major seat, which would be Jashe's seat, which is very interesting because that's, you know, real conservative, and that makes bacon nuts and was a UBP stronghold, which I mentioned earlier in the broadcast tonight. So that's it for us. And there's people who are hanging in. Hey, give thanks, you know, and hope you enjoyed the coverage. I had fun, and we'll be back in strong force soon. We just got to sort out some things, but we'll be back, you know. But the internet's like that. Like everybody, you could run a whole channel on your phone if you want to these days. Yeah. It's warmer in here than it is out there. It's cold outside. Oh boy. That's it. I get to see you twice before I go up. Here we go. Anyway, and tomorrow, peace be with you.
Why my people suffer so bad? Oh, is it that should really be sad? Is it a misplaced melancholy? Why? Well, it's politics time.